Test. Oh, test. Well, figured the afternoon. Got about 20. My live stream while playing a live stream. Exception. Exception. Everything. I started Exodus yesterday, and we're in where I left off. Because I got past all the tutorials. About 30 minutes in the game. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I should another mic too. I don't know. We'll see. What happens. We'll see how clearly I'm coming in. Let's see. Let's pop up on that up on. Good. I got my coffee ready. I might have to fill up in about 15 minutes. Right before I start watching the other one. Watch it on my screen. Anyways, sorry about that. But it did air. But gonna working good. Maybe I should put my threshold up higher. Uh, open threshold. Yeah, that's probably good for the open threshold. Okay, so I don't have to speak as loudly. It's not that bad in here. Oh shit, I gotta go all the way down there. Alright. I need some freaking health. Guys, can you supply me with some health? Cause this isn't fun. Being on low health. I have no health. Oops. Gonna get in the train.
How do you like the backpack? Is it comfortable? Can you operate stealthily?
Artyom, are you going to the port? I'm going to leave our watchman.
Going nowhere. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna get over there. Is there a boat over here? Yeesh. Go away. I'm gonna have to make my... Well, crap, I think I'll have to go across the bridge and make my way down. Let's aim the camera down a little bit. Little bit. Little bit. Yeah, I'll have to go across the bridge and make my way down. That's good. That's good. And if you don't notice, I'm not wearing glasses today. Partially, uh, because somebody decided to throw them in the water, uh, at a lake about 12 feet. That was, awesome, awesome decision to, toss them in a 12 feet down in the water. At least 12 feet. Guys. This boat thing. The hell was that? This game is, too quiet. It's kind of weird. Maybe I should, make the rest on land. Just in case. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit! Dead! Told you I don't have any freaking health. Coffee's getting cold already. What time is it? 49? Let me go a little bit further down. Ugh, I don't like those things, but fuck it, I'll have to brave them if I'm gonna avoid those fuckers. Don't get near me! Don't give me the... Don't give me the... Dead. Fucking dead. Dead. It's so weird. I'm got contacts in and it's so hard to get used to. Well, I wouldn't say hard, it's just weird. 'Cause sometimes you'll slip in and out of focus. Um, One thing I do recommend with this game, if you download it, because it's free right now, well, not free, with the Game Pass, or even if you download it, don't install it on an external hard drive. Because if you do, it will run like shit and probably freeze on you. So move it to that internal, because the game is, it's not fast enough for that 3.0. Is that a, the fuck? Trying to sneak through everything. Yeah! What the fuck? Jesus! Didn't expect that. You know, I've never played I mean, I played a little bit of a Metro game before, but I know this is like a lot different. So, and I don't know what to expect. So I don't know a lot what's going on. Just gotta take my time. What is that? What is this? What is that? See, if Fallout was a lot more like this, ooh, lad, that was fucking intense. It was really intense. I don't have a. I do. There we go. Oh, I can make them right here. Jesus, you said reach the craft those things. Gimme! Gimme, 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 gimme. Give me some shit. Making some shit. Let's go with the light grip. Let's go with that. I can't install anything else. I don't even have any mods. But oh well, that'll help. Ooh. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Ah, 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 ah. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Ew, spiders. What the fucking shit? That's gross. Ooh. Ooh, I almost quit the game right there. Fuck that. Ugh. Ew. Ugh. They were just crawling all over me. It's disgusting. Spiders. Spiders. Let me move that. It's the spiders. Karma, 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 camellia. Open that shit. Give me some stuff. Feel like exploring that building anymore. Is that a basement? Alright. Maybe not. Guy, why didn't you open the door before? You just walked through the doorway. That wasn't cool. That's locked. Ew. Shooting those just in case. Whoa! What is that? It's nasty. What the fuck y'all doing? Taking no chances. If I see something, I'm shooting it. What's that? It says something in Russian. I hear that little fucker around the corner. Nasty. It's nasty. Generator be turned on. Hang out here for a bit. Yeah, I'm not going in there. Drop that motherfucker. Ooh. Can I just light these on fire? No, guess not. Oh, cool. Look at that. Fucking golems. Woo! Come, 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 chameleon. Give me that shit. Dead? You dead? Give me your shit. Yuck. That guy dead? I think he's dead. Wait a minute. What's my light doing? Oof. Let's go out this way. Oh shit. Hi. Uh-oh. No! Why is my gun jammed? God damn! Guys, you are too fucking slow. Stop with the you're all gonna die, you fucking golem freaks. Inhuman bastards! Don't throw stuff at me. You guys know you don't deserve to live. You're an abomination. Oh, Jesus, more. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Swap that out. Oh, wait, ladder. Can I not get through there? Is that, fucking A, dude. Hey! You're not supposed to be able to get up here. Get down. Oof. Ah! Well, they can climb. Eesh. Ugh. Or they're already up here. Or... Guy, listen. Leg. Give me my knife back. Where's that guy? No. The fuck? Where's that guy? Oh, and I closed D live. It's over there. There we go. Come a chameleon. Fuck you, you zombies. Or whatever the fuck you are. Okay. Let's go down this way. Oh, there's a fucking ladder here the whole time. Whatever. SMH. Guy! I thought he was a good guy up here. Yeah, give me cover. How the fuck? Wait a minute. Oi. Dude, I can't. There's no way. I'm gonna die, guy. How the fuck? Yo! Stop throwing stuff. Hey. Dude, is there something you can drop or, something? Nothing? Nothing? What is that? It's all the way down. How the fuck? How do... Dude! Is there, what the hell? Oh my god. Guy. 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 Thanks for, shooting, but is there, Guy. Do me a favor. Oh, I had to fucking wait? Oh, Jesus. Thank God. Yeah. Thanks for the, You're not gonna rob me, are you? Are you gonna rob me? Where am I anyways? You come and go. You come and go. Come on, Vilia. All right, cool.
Because I am going to be giving a very quick talk. I get off an airplane. I go give a talk for Jesse Lee Peterson because I like him and he's always been very nice to me. And he is doing a thing to raise something, awareness, money, I have no idea, but for men and fathers. And I like people who focus on a specific solvable problem and not just despair. So I will be getting off a plane on June 15th after milking the goats. I will be talking about masculinity, and then I will be getting back on the plane and being home the same day to milk the goats again. I find that to be incredible that we can do that in this modern world, and I'm looking forward to it. So, amazing. Yeah, I'm working on some bits about it. Like one of the things I want to talk about is how Jesse Lee Peterson's 6'5", and that's why I don't see him as black. I simply see him as tall. You know, as we're and I'm like, and he called me amazing. No one's ever called me amazing. So I knew that no matter what my responsibilities, no matter how expensive the airfare, I was going to come here and I was going to talk to the people because he believed in me and called me amazing. Then I realized he calls everyone amazing. He calls coffee amazing. He calls shoelaces amazing. But they are all amazing. That's a bit I was going to do. And I was going to be like, yeah, he's black, but he's tall. And that's all I see because I'm a white supremacist. People think I'm an anti-Semite. No, it turns out I don't like short, effeminate men. That's 80% of the Jewish population. You know, they say, oh, and you like Hitler. No, I don't like Hitler. I used to like Hitler, and then I found out he didn't really kill 6 million Jews. You know. So anyway, I'm working on what plagues America, what plagues the world. And it's that boys don't get to know when they're men. And we can fix that. My alpacas today got a house. And the guys that delivered it, and the girl, it was one of their daughters, were awesome. And the guy was an apprentice. We hung out, we talked, just really good people. My wife right now has a friend over. Her husband's brother, they work together, they build stuff. It's the first time in decades that there's a lower labor mobility, which is huge. Economists.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was going to stream this early, but I'm not going to stop streaming, and we're just going to sit here and enjoy this.
No matter what we see on the internet and on the media and all this stuff, it's not working anymore. The guys that brought my alpaca shed, we all had a great chat. I gave them some Unbearables hats. We related about goats, about life, about politics, family, everything. He was in the pipe fitters union. We talked about apprenticeship. He was an apprentice. And I was talking to him about how I want my sons to go to trade school and not the indentured servitude of undergrad. And we were talking about how apprenticeship is a lost art. You know, he apprenticed to be a pipe fitter, and then he became a pipe fitter. Let's talk about masculinity and what we need, because we always talk about what women need. You know, what do women need? We need chocolates and Oprah and what do men need? Men need to know when they're men. Men need to know, and it's not just turning 16 to get a car. You turn 18, you can vote for another liar. You turn 21, you can finally drink. You're a man. How do I know when I can go to war? If you're 18 and we tell you you have to. That causes a hollowing. There's no pride in that. There's no masculinity. And when I say pride, I mean pride in logos. Pride is a sin. Pride cometh before the fall. But pride is also good, and I couldn't really figure out how that works. Because having pride in work, having pride in your family, having pride, but it's pride for the greater. It's pride for all of it. It's pride for logos. And you're not allowed pride when you don't know who you are. So let's talk. So here's an image that I thought was really cool. There's certain, for as low IQ and civilizationally retarded as a lot of Aboriginal and indigenous people are, they have a lot that we don't have. That's why I'm not obsessed with IQ. There is IQs that are required for things like brain surgery and flying a plane. But IQ doesn't get you anywhere. And I know some very high people that are IQ people that are very lost. and can look at a civilization where when a man kills his first lion, he's a man. And they have a sense of peace, of connection to reality, connection to their masculinity, their role that we don't have. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how high your IQ is. That image right there strikes us very deeply as men. Yeah, like these people on the outside look like animals. And I mean that. I'm not saying that to be insensitive, because in reality I'm talking about
I don't have any.
I'm not going to say envy. There's something
Thing to
they have
clean
that
it.
we don't have. Look at them. They're just basically nude, wearing just almost nothing. They're covered in dirt, you know, and they're just throwing someone in the air, just probably chanting some nonsense, and you're like, you just shrug them off, like, what a bunch of idiots. They're celebrating someone becoming a man. We don't have that. We don't have that right there from those people that can't conceive of a shoelace. So instead of just complaining about it and talking about who took it from us and, you know, how we're just going to hurt everybody, and because what's happening is a lot of young men, and I do have empathy for these people. They want attention, and I didn't understand this plague that's coming where men just want attention. Women want attention. Women always want attention. They wear, you know, provocative clothing, and they wear dangly things on their ears and stuff. And one of the reasons I mock fancy boys and lollipops and all this stuff is because it's not a masculine trait. Men shouldn't want dangly fancy pants and lollipops. And then you have the dark side of the male attention where they want to poke you and provoke you until they're basically just like, look at me! And when the original offense goes away and you really do understand love your enemies, and that's not the passivity that has plagued Christianity, flip over the bank's tables. You know what I'm saying? It's like being Christian doesn't mean love everyone, even if they're wicked and they hate you. But I started thinking, why? And I have enough of life experience of having a father that has been less than logos driven, envy, lying, stuff like that I understand that feeling on some level. Not on the level that's happening now, but just this weird relationship with other men. I've never felt it like these people feel it, but I know where it could come from. Like, you know, your father was envious of you as a child, mean to you, someone abandoned you, you were sexualized, you know, no one cared about you, your parents pursued money. We'll talk about the moon landing soon, because there's a reason the boomers lost their masculinity. They were lied about a masculine accomplishment that never happened, and that destroyed them. The moon landing never happened. And so why, like, sometimes when these people come at me, my instinct is threat because of how I see the world. Where if someone says, if I was to provoke someone, it would be for valid and actual conflict. These people just want someone to look at them. Why? Because they don't know when the boy is the man. They don't know what a man is. They're missing something. And guess who has it? The Jews. And it's weird. Like, you know how a Jew knows when they're a man? Well, the first ritual is an old man bites off the tip of their dick. And someone could be, that's what we're witnessing right there. And it's public, and then be like, oh, that's very rare. No, it isn't. Look, I'll give you a million examples. Here, look. There's a woman offering up her son to have an old creep bite off the tip of his dick. That's the entrance into being a boy. When you're born, an old creep, literally in front of all their community, bites off the tip of a boy's dick. It's truly horrifying to me. But that's because I'm a civilized Western Christian Caucasian of European descent, many generations in America. To me, that is as disgusting as it gets. There's a reason I talk a lot of shit about Jews. That to me is so disturbing. But it's a ritual, right? Look at this guy. This guy's ready to go. Just this old wizard. You know, they're disguising it as some sort of... Listen, I'm not going to try and judge what these people do. At least they have a ritual, but it's barbaric, perverse, and what I believe to be completely insane. And then when a Jew's around 12, they have to memorize a nonsense language that's written backwards. And they're like, "Achtu kabatu," you know, they're like, "Kabatu," and it's in squiggles backwards, and they don't know what any of it means, and they just have to show that they're willing to pledge the fraternity. Like, can you do this nonsense? And then they're a man, you know, a bar mitzvah, a bat mitzvah. The community celebrates. They get presents. All the old wizards, you know, wipe the baby dick blood off their lips, and they say, "Welcome." Well, to me, this is so disturbing. Where you make a young boy read a nonsense language backwards and sing off key as his voice is cracking to humiliate himself. You know, okay, I'm not going to judge that because it's, even though to me that's completely insane. At least they know when they're men. You know, when they're born, old wizard bites off the tip of their dick and everyone, you know, remembers the Holocaust. When they turn 12, they memorize a backwards nonsense language they'll never use again, and people give them stuff. On the surface, that seems disturbing as shit.
What the fuck
right?
is that?
I'm not Jewish, but I'm circumcised. What the hell? Yeah, at least it wasn't a guy biting it, though. You know, people were sold the lie that it was cleaner or it was, like, more attractive just because every doctor was Jewish with the little tiny wieners. But your parents weren't trying to hurt you, you know? And it was faster. You know, some people were writing to me with this weird defensiveness where it's like, I circumcised my kids. How dare you, Bob? I'm like, it's defensive. I'm not judging you. I think it's crazy, but you did what you thought. You know, my kids got vaccines. Very similar. You know, and if someone's like, why would you do that? They could have gotten autism and died and stuff. I'm like, I was told it was the right thing to do. Obviously, it haunts me a little, but we survived. People's dicks survived. You know? I'm not defensive about it. I'm not like, hey, it's great. You know, it's kind of like women that have had abortions that are like, not only is it not murder, it's the best. It's like, no, vaccines are a dangerous scam. Circumcision is brutal and stupid. But hey, you weren't trying to hurt your kid. You know, that's the difference between the wicked and just the hedonistic. I'll give you a real quick insight into something, and then I'll get back into what I was talking about. But like this story came out. No Garys left in Britain by 2050. Garys could be wiped out within a generation after it emerged. There's been no children named Gary since 1992. So I text that to my friend Nick Swartzen. We're having a big laugh about it. And Nick Swartzen's gay, and I've been friends with him for 15 years now. He's a great guy. And people can't really understand that sometimes when they're like, but he's a sodomite, and you always mock Joe Rogan and Steven Crowder for being sodomites, and you're so outspoken against gay pride and stuff. Like, how can you like Nick Swartzen? Because he's not evil. He's just a gay guy. Like, he's not trying to make your kids gay. He's just one of those old, his lifestyle is really, really unhealthy. You know, I used to have sterile sex with a lot of women. That's comparable to sodomy. I don't think it's as bad of a violation against the natural law, but it's not good. It's not logos. And I wasn't evil. I was just doing, you know, rage is bad. There's different levels. Gay pride, like waving your rainbow flag, saying this is the way everyone should be. Like, I'm here, I'm awesome. That's insane. That's wicked. You know, that's trying to subvert the whole world. Some of these old school gay guys don't even like any of this shit. They kind of like being on the outskirts of reality and being in a little club. You know, listen, being super right wing, like when I meet another guy that's clearly right wing and you almost have to start in code a little, where you're like, yeah, you know, Trump's doing a pretty good job. It's like, yeah, he's doing really good, actually. You know, you know, not the best, though. I'm like, yeah, you know, I really want that wall to go up. And then before you know it, you're just talking like, yeah. Right? You almost have this this fun subculture where you know you're hated by. The irony is the right-wing conservative Caucasian American male is the most hated person publicly of anybody. So when you like meet up with other like-minded people, it's fun. Gays don't have that anymore. The fact that now like dumb white girls with Ugg boots and Starbucks lattes are like, oh my God, you're gay? That's so awesome. Like that drives a lot of these people insane. They're like, No, we're outcasts. Leave us alone. We're vampires. I was thinking about one other group of people that it must be the worst. Want to know who has it worse than white Christians right now in America? Really smart blacks. Can you imagine a worse existence than being? No, don't get me wrong. Everything's great. We're gonna rejoice here in a bit. I'm gonna show you some really cool pictures. Imagine being a black male and you have a 140 IQ. Let's say you're from the ghetto of Baltimore. Let's say you're legitimately, because the average black male IQ is 85 in America. They're 15 points under the average white. They're a little faster running. People aren't the same. It's fine. There are black males with extremely high IQs. Let's say you're the guy that just worked his ass off. You just have a high IQ. You're black. You go to Harvard. What has this world done to you? Can you imagine the way people talk to guys like me and Vox Day? Condescending, just gibberish, just, they assume that being smart in this world already isn't fun. Imagine being black and really smart. And you're at Harvard and you have these dumb white Jewish, no, they're not Jewish, aren't white. Dumb Jewish women being like, oh my God, Tyrone, welcome. Welcome. And he's like, bitch, I am so much smarter than you. It's like, they assume you're there because you're black. They assume that your credit was your skin color. Imagine actually being insanely smart and you're black. Think about how much that sucks. That would just be, you just constantly want to scream. Because you're treated like a pet. And when you earn your trip to Harvard, it's the opposite of being a Chinese male. These Chinese males aren't allowed in Harvard because their average is so high and they work like little animals. And so when they're there, everyone's like, oh, I'm way smarter than all you guys. And so they have a chip on their shoulder. It's kind of like Armenians with their genocide. They're like, yeah, we had a genocide too. Versus the Jews have exploited their nonsense genocide so much that they just feel guilty all the time. Versus Armenians are like, remember what the Turks did. Because they can actually have strength in that. Jews have used it so ridiculously that not only does it not give them strength, it makes them hollow. Hell, my IQ is supposedly 127 and I deal with the frustration regularly. 127 is so high that the frustration as much as anybody, 100 with logos is frustrating. When people have false assumptions on the world and they're going off, just knowing evolution's a lie and being around someone with a 150 IQ who believes in evolution and your IQ might be 95, you understand the frustration because their entire worldview is presumed on a lie. All right, let's get happy again. All right, upper 120s here too. Upper 120s when you have logos is probably the best possible scenario. Because when you get in the 140s, you sometimes can see patterns that aren't there, and it's slightly isolating. It can lead to alcoholism because you want to feel dumber. Because sometimes your brain works too fast. People think I'm a drug addict sometimes because I talk and think so fast. They're just like, oh, you're on speed. It's like, no, I just think really fast. It's like said Speedy Gonzalez over here. 127 means you can do any job you want. You can be a medical doctor. You can design airplanes if you have logos. You're incredibly intelligent. And if you have humility and God, you are crushing if you're over 5'7". That's the best height 6'1". It's not 6'7". One of the reasons I get so height supremacist-y is I can't ride on roller coasters. One size doesn't fit all. I can't fit on airplanes. Everyone asks me how the weather is up here. People assume I'm going to be better at basketball than I am. Cops always arrest me first when there's any type of fighting. We die younger. We have bad backs. They just always talk about our height. Little Jews hate us for no reason. 6'1", you're a tall, strong man, but you don't have to deal with all the bullshit. Yeah. What's my IQ? 147. Could be a little lower, could be a little higher. I haven't been tested since I was 13. Oh, that means no, you can think what you want. That's just it's insanely high. I can play Bach by ear. You know, I can do math in my head that's insanely hard. I would love it if my IQ was 127 and I had this amount of logos and talent. So many of my frustrations would relax. You know, if you're algorithmically too far ahead of society, things get very frustrating. And you almost have a soft anger that you have to deal with all the time. And it, you know, like people with an IQ of 180, a lot of them just end up being homeless. You know, I understand that. I'm not Tesla smart. Tesla smart can sometimes end up just working at like Kinko's because they just like the rhythm of the beeps, you know? And a lot of you guys understand this, and the ones that don't, it's fine. This isn't for everybody. So that was my point. So I was talking to Nick Swartzen yesterday about this, and we're laughing, and I'm thinking like, why do I not mock him for being a sodomite? It's because it's just him, and he's not trying to subvert the world. You know, it's kind of like a guy who has a lot of sex with a lot of women. He's not trying to make your daughter sexualized. He's not trying to have sex with your wife. He's not getting prostitutes out of a shipping container. He's just a hedonist. He'll pay for it. He'll probably die younger. He won't have a family. He'll probably battle alcohol abuse and substance abuse. But it's not the same as the rainbow pride of the corporate infestation of sodomy. Sodomy pride is so evil that it will take down our entire civilization. And these gay men were used just like the black men, just like the trans, just like every other proxy warrior group. You know, you give pride to a group on the periphery, you make them fight your fights, you use them to infest and dismantle the freedoms of a society, and then you eat them. And a lot of these gay people are living in hell now because they just wanted their little gay bar where they could be funny. Most gay guys, I was talking to Vox about this because now, you know, Marvel and all these people are like, we're going to make the first gay comic character. And Vox is like, we already have one, Rainbow. You know, but they don't like him because he acts like an actual gay guy. You know, he's just kind of bitchy and throws shade and likes jokes and disappears a lot and is kind of a pervert. That's what gays were like. They would go to their bars and they would sit around and be like, sorry I'm late. I got rear-ended at the corner of Full Blown and AIDS. And everyone would laugh. And then they'd drink themselves into oblivion. And that's their life. What we have now is the tactical destruction of freedom using that sin. They could use it with sterile heterosexuals. I was part of the beast plan without knowing it. Putting girls on a hormone called the birth control pill so that they sterilize their womb and they can have sex with touring comedians like me to have fun and pleasure is dismantling of society. These women I'm wasting their time. I wasted their time. They didn't have families. They didn't marry.
Uh-oh.
Marry that Delta. They might have. You know, it was temporary. It wasn't like a long thing. And I never went after anybody I never went after people. I never was with like a married woman or anyone younger. You know, I think the youngest girl I've ever even had sex with in my entire life is 20. Because I didn't lose my virginity till I was in college. And then the older I got, even when I would tour colleges, they all appeared to be like children to me. They were too young, you know. I was never predatory, but I wasted people's time. And that's the difference between a hedonist, you know, someone enwrapped in sin, and someone who's a sodomite. Like, I think what Joe Rogan is doing with his subversion is so much worse than just a gay guy at a bar. Like, the fact Joe Rogan pushes this type of creepy masculine sodomy, putting gay... I don't want to get dark. I'm in a great mood. Let's talk about good stuff. This is hilarious. People the Bears are taking over Urban Dictionary. A small hat. Someone who supports sodomy and neocon tactics for nickels and fancy pants. For someone who's never been in a fist fight in his whole life, Big Benny Shapiro sure loves himself some war like a typical small hat. Unbelievably funny. This will make you laugh for a reason I'll reveal in a second. A crowder. A person, in most cases male, who picks the urinal next to another guy when they are non-adjacent urinals still available, usually still applies even when there are dividers. Similar to people who talk when they piss. Guys, that was from 2008. So apparently people have been on Crowder for a while. You know, I've only recently discovered that he wants to talk while you got your ween in your hand. But I guess people have known all about old Steven Crowder for a while. What's this one? A Rogan, a unit of measurement. One Rogan is the size of a thumb or toe, to be used universally and explicitly when measuring small men. Here. Joe Rogan is the standard unit of measure and is exactly 1 Rogan tall. Measuring legendary giants like Owen Benjamin and Rogans is incalculable. After all, he is 6'7", legend. I'm actually 6'8". No big deal. Rogan units of measure are explicitly used for small men in fancy pants with lollipops in their pocket. Ben Shapiro is approximately 3/4 of a Rogan tall without wearing his small hat. While wearing his small hat, Shapiro is half a Rogan tall.
Got a minute left.
Well done, Tom Q. Bear. Keep it coming, boys. This is why life is fun and life is a pleasure. Because just for those of you just joining, the guys who brought my alpaca shed today, they were a family working together in this business. You know, one of the dudes got tats, legend, hard worker, all about family, right wing, crushing. You know, my wife's got a friend over with kids. Everyone's crushing. You know, families all working together. My neighborhood's all crushing. Like, outside of the New York Times, YouTube, Google, Facebook reality warp, life is so beautiful. This was today, and this is why I won't let myself. I don't battle despair these days. I have a lot of hope, but I'm not even going to let myself get angry or just too worked up over stuff. When I look at my life, this is my wife. I moved all those rocks, 30,000 pounds, by the way. My body literally aches. And one of the reasons I've been battling anger, I'm realizing, is my testosterone has been jacked. As me and Amy are now starting to try for another child. God bless. Come on, you know. If you feel we deserve one, why don't you go ahead and give us one? If not, much love. Love you, God. Amen. And I've just been doing so much manual labor that my endorphins, my endocrine system has been jacked because me and Amy couldn't have the type of intimacy that we're used to because she needed a year for her womb to heal. And I am so crazy against abortion that I would never put myself in that position where I would have to think about that, you know? I mean, I'd obviously put my wife's life ahead of everybody in the world, including myself. So I didn't want that on the table. So now that me and her are connecting again, it's unbelievable, by the way, worth the wait. And don't get me wrong, we've had some solid intimacy, especially when I had the mustache. But now that we're in life-making zone, and I just get to look out at her, just in this beautiful day, around our growing garden, as the sun shines on us, with all this rocks that I just moved and my body's pumping. And I'm like, thinking about a gay pride parade and how it's ruining society, I'm like, this is disrespectful to God, what I was doing, to not rejoice in the moment. You know, Nick Swartzen, it's one of the reasons I brought him up. He gave me some unbelievable advice back in the day. I was very successful for my age in comedy. Adam Sandler put me in a movie when I was 25. I had already had a Live at Gotham on Comedy Central, which is very elite when you're 25, 26. And I was complaining at the Improv one night. We're all drinking way too much, playing the piano, hanging out with everybody. That was before Galifianakis popped. So everybody's at the bar just pounding beers. And I was just like, man, you know, I feel like it sucks. I'm just failing. And Swartzen took me aside and was like, don't ever talk that way. I'm like, what are you talking about, Swartzen? Fucking loser. I'm just kidding. He's like, the amount of comics that would do anything to be in your position, he's like, look around, look at that bar, look at those tables, look at the people in the crowd. Half of them want to be comics. You've been on Comedy Central, you tour with me, you're doing great. You know, you have a regular spot at the Improv. If you don't appreciate that, you're just throwing it in everyone's faces. He goes, don't be a piece of shit. And that's how I talk to people a lot, and that's one reason why I think I run into issues sometimes with certain generations of males and men that haven't had the masculine energy or training or community in their life. Every now and then a man has to look at another man and be like, you're being a piece of shit. And nowadays people get angry, they'll stalk you, they, you know, call you all sorts of names, make memes, cry. That jarred me out of a bad position I was in. I was like, you're right, man, I appreciate that. He's like, dude, you're throwing it in all these guys' faces if you don't appreciate what you have. What you have is unheard of. You're 25. Adam Sandler single-handedly watched you do comedy and put you in a movie. He's getting worked up. So I'm like, relax, dude. I get the point. He's on roller skates. So I just push him out of the Improv on his roller skates. And he wasn't really on roller skates, but he did used to have roller skate parties. That was where I met Patrice O'Neal, actually. I broke my arm once at a roller skate party when I was 24. I was a busboy. And I didn't have health insurance. So I had to work in a restaurant with a broken arm for 6 months. You know, it's stuff like that that can make me a dick. When people are like, oh my God, why don't we have universal health care? And I remember having, like, just wrapping my arm with a broken arm, having to do manual labor with a bunch of illegal Mexicans with teardrop tattoos because I couldn't afford health insurance, and I was having a blast. You know, I didn't have a lot of despair, but the time I did, Swartzen snapped me out of it. And that's why I want to really reiterate the point that there can be homosexual men that are life-changingly beautiful people. And they are in a world that is not healthy for their spirit, for their health, for their family's future, for anything, but they're not wicked. Sodomy is a sin. Whether I was having sterile sex with women I didn't love, making sure that they were on a hormone called the pill so that they wouldn't get pregnant. That, by the way, that's a doorway into trans kids. I was part of that. A lot of us were. We have to admit that, or else we can't fight the demon. You have to separate these things. You have to separate the wicked and it's not hate the sin, love the sinner. That was said by Gandhi, who was a pedophile. But don't misguide your righteous indignation. Don't misguide your love. Don't send it the wrong direction, because it's not the gay guys at the bar who want to be left alone and tell jokes. Their sin let in more demons. My sin let in more demons. I wasted women's time. I thought it was acceptable for them to be on a hormone so their body was tricked into the first trimester of pregnancy so I didn't have to wear a condom. That's hedonistic shit. Why do you think I'm against condoms and birth control? Obviously I'm against abortion. People are like, I'm so against abortion, but you got to be for birth control. You got to give people an option. The option is only have sex with who you love and want to have children with. And if you have sex with someone you don't love and they get pregnant, protect that child with your life. That's the answer. Everything else, if you say you can have, and sometimes people ask me, well, can I have sex just for pleasure with my wife? Of course. Of course. Just no sterile sex, no condoms, no birth control. You know, there's ways to have sex without getting somebody pregnant, you know, with rhythms and stuff like that. Or if your wife, you know, can't have kids anymore or whatever, and you just want to fuck all the time, great. My point is don't have intentionally sterile sex. You know, don't put plastic on your dick or put hormones in a woman's body so that you can feel more pleasure. And so, you know, as I'm having this laugh with my old friend Nick, and I'm remembering all these things that he's helped me with, showed me, you know, taught me. And I really want to make sure that people know that when I'm attacking sodomy and subversion and sin pride, you know, telling children that sodomy's good, it's not, there's people in your life that can be very beautiful people that engage in some pretty gross stuff. You know, if it's involving a child, if it's involving anything like that, they should be executed. Which will bring me to Alabama in a second, which is awesome. But like, some people just,
Yep.
you know, they're in that zone, and a lot of them, you know, Vox Day was signed to Wax Trax Records, which was a gay techno label. You know, Vox has been a top 40 house music artist. You know, a lot of his friends were gay, and guess what? Almost all of them are dead. Dead. You know, that's what it takes from you. It howls you out like that. And then there's the wicked, there's the spider that uses sin to orchestrate their wicked plans, and then there's just people that miss their dad or, you know, were molested as kids and have a weirdly wired wiener. And as long as they don't encroach, I don't think sodomy should be legal. And
It's not in Texas.
you know, I would rather
Except
go
there's
towards a direction
Still
of
shitty Californians that come in and fuck the bro
non-marital
off.
heterosexual sex being illegal than what we're on right now, because we will pay so much for what we're doing to these kids, for sexualizing the kids, for bringing them into a world that they can't possibly understand, and it will damage them. And they won't become these rainbow warrior passive sheep. They're gonna be killers. They're gonna flip the table of this nonsense society that is being pushed for the profits of a small amount. And I'm filled with love today. Yeah. And then we're going to talk about the moon.
Moon talk.
Small hats. Oh, Alabama.
hats.
Here's some good news.
Ooh, that's some wind.
Governor of Alabama, Ivey, signs into law a measure requiring anyone convicted of sex crimes with children younger than 13 to be chemically castrated as a condition of parole. I know the first thing you're thinking? Women make terrible leaders. And I agree. But that's awesome. And I know what else you're thinking. They should just be killed. We're in the right direction. Alabama's crushing. Alabama's turning it. I know what else you're thinking. The rape of children is about power, not sex. You gotta have a boner to rape a kid. The motivation is power, is control, is gamma, awful shit, right? But if you're castrated, you can't actually rape a kid. And so that's awesome. I think that if you rape a kid, you should be killed immediately and without torture. But Alabama making abortion illegal, Alabama castrating pedophiles, awesome. And then some people would say, well, what if you're falsely convicted? We can't operate in that world. There's going to be innocent. I'd rather have innocent people go to jail, innocent people castrated, than a single child get raped. And that's including myself. I would rather go to jail for something I didn't do than to get rid of the rule of law to put pedophiles in jail. You know? Jail probably isn't that bad. You know, you make a bunch of buddies. It's a male space. How crazy is this? There's going to come a time when men are so marginalized, where everywhere you go to a baseball game, it's just rainbow everything. You go to NASCAR, everybody's just butt fucking in the parking lot. You turn on old Joe Rogan, he's talking about jerking off a dog. There's going to come a time when dudes are like, man, jail sounds awesome. It's just guys working out and fighting and tattooing themselves. Bullet to the pedo's head, game over. Right, we're not there yet. We will be there. We're going to get to a point. This is what I want. I want pedos to be scared that people will... Back in the day, cops used to kill pedos. You know, 50 years ago, if a pedo would get released from jail and then no one would see them again, the cops were taking out the garbage. And it was an honorable thing to do. And now that isn't happening, we're seeing the result of that.
Yep.
We just want them scared. It's the pride in it, because what it does is it makes all kids feel unsafe.
Thanks, Dad.
You know, it's like all kids now are like, wait a minute, so it's okay for people to have sex with me? They're going to grow up and kill everybody that didn't protect them. You know? So back in the day, cops, you have no idea how many of these people were just taken out. Because it's a disease. These people will then rape kids, and then those kids either grow up to be just kind of weird and alone, maybe gay, maybe asexual, just off. They're cannon fodder. You know, That's what evil does. It sucks the ability of people to feel good out of them. We've all been abused. We've all been groomed on some level. Life itself is abusive. So that's why with Christ, with God, with, prayer, faith, effort, you can rise to a level where life is enjoyable and worth it.
Ugh.
But, these people that infect everyone, they have to be quarantined permanently. If there's someone that can run around and rape kids, those kids have to live with that the rest of their lives. And that's what's been driving me batty lately, is seeing the tweets, the Cartoon Network, all these people being like, pride, unicorn, love has no age, the Snapchat filter. And my empathy feels for these kids, where they're just like, they don't feel safe. They feel groomed. I was groomed as a kid, but not as bad societally as this. Back then, we still knew it was wrong. We still knew if these people were caught, there would be big men that beat them up. And a lot of these people, when you found out that there was no stopping them and they would just keep passing on this disease like zombies to kids, the best thing you could do is just no one ever sees them again. And no one's going to look for them. No one's going to put in a request for, Freedom of Information Act. What happened to that guy in the sweatpants that always had the boner that just kept trying to tickle everybody and, messed up Jimmy? When he doesn't come home, people just go, case closed. I knew people I knew pedos that got taken out. People just didn't talk about it. They're like, that guy's gone. Or they killed themselves. Or a good cop would make it look like they killed themselves. And people can say, oh, that's so barbaric. That guy would have ruined 5, 8, 10 more little boys.
100.
Quarantine. Permanent quarantine. And it's not like
most
a
pedophiles
19-year-old
go
boy
throughout their
dates
life.
a 15-year-old girl,
And
marries her, goes to jail. I'm talking about pedophiles,
go
guys. People that look at a
through about
5-year-old
100
and
kids
want to touch them and give them candy and groom them. Those
Uh,
guys don't
before they're
rehabilitate, and they spread it like a disease. And
Fact.
the reason I'm in such a good mood today is because I'm watching human beings, whether it was the dude who moved my shed or my wife's friend or all the bears, they're choosing to get out of the beast. Because you don't have to feel out of control. You don't have to feel like the New York Times defines you, or the rainbow flags at Target. It's like I'm now witnessing normal people just be like, oh yeah, we don't watch Netflix anymore. Like, I won't watch Black Mirror. First season of Black Mirror I loved. I thought it was genius. Second season I started being like, this is brilliant stuff, but this is creepy. Now I realize it's pre-programming. They're trying to put images in people's heads so that they can live it in the future. So I'm just like, even though I'm intrigued by what storyline are they going to come up with, I'm not putting that in my head. Let's talk about the moon landing. The beast, don't take the mark. Right, destroy your TV now. Well, still watch the bear feed. Unauthorized.tv. By the way, this stream will be down by tomorrow morning, only available at unauthorized.tv. If you're a subscriber, you can download it. But if not, you can still watch it for free. But, I stopped my Netflix subscription. Good for you. Don't put it in your head anymore. It's like,
God!
The whole point is they're trying to make you think of a world that you didn't even know could have happened, and then you get scared of it and then accept it. Like these Sticks and Hammers 666 guys. He's a Satanist. So you have to think like, okay, this is a guy who ends his name with 666. And people are like, but he's doing great work. He's calling out Hillary. It's like, he's telling you a disgusting world that's making you scared of something that doesn't fully exist yet, so that it comes into being. And there's a difference between letting people know what they can't know because the mainstream media won't tell you, and then there's also indulging and staying in that world and just making people fear something that hasn't manifested yet, because that will manifest it. When you say like, oh, fascism's here, corporate fascism, Hillary, blah, blah, it's like, fascism isn't here yet. It could be. It's like, yeah, YouTube can deplatform you, but FDR collected everyone's gold and wouldn't let you grow wheat. It isn't the world yet. I have guns and ammo everywhere. I'm talking, I'll say nigger. What's up with the Jews? Stream's still going. They just won't let me make money on it, and they'll randomly delete videos as a psyop. The world isn't broken. I mean, it's overall it's broken. It's a fallen world. But fear of something, and this is something that I deal with. The reason I've come to this thoughts, I would say conclusion, but nothing's really concluded, is I have the ability of being scared of things that haven't happened yet, and
Eesh.
without question, probably never will. And then you start manifesting it. Then you start becoming an element of that which you fear, which never would have been there anyway. Sticks and Hammer is an Ayn Rand libertarian ANCAP. Right. Anybody that is okay with abortion, I can't... Like an ANCAP that's cool with abortion. The reason I like Stefan Molyneux, and I think he's a good man. The reason I like Dave Smith and think he's a good man. These are ANCAPs. I'm completely against global free trade. It's a race to the bottom. They're both anti-abortion. So I know that they have lines. I know that they protect the vulnerable. Economically, they're looking at pure efficiency over the family unit. They may not see that yet. I may be wrong. I don't think so. But the fact that Stefan Molyneux and Dave Smith are both completely against abortion means I can see them as good people. If you see a baby growing in a woman's body and you say, you should be able to just kill it and sell the parts to Joe Rogan's ankles so they feel a little better as he just fucks a guy in a steam room. Like, your economic views reflect your hollow, disgusting, money-oriented view of the world. If you're against abortion, if you're against the sexualization of children, if you're against war, which Stefan and Dave are against, we can debate economics all day long, and I can still love you as a person. Like, I love Dave Smith. He's not just my friend. I love him. Like, if something happened to his family, I would take care of his children. Like, he's community to me. He's a Jew and an ANCAP. You see how it's all, like, fitting together? Because I've been on a bit of a bender lately with some anger, and I really, really wanted to talk about this, and a lot of it has to do with men not knowing they're men. You know, the extended childhood. The word teenager didn't exist until the early 20th century. Doesn't even make any sense. Teenager, what is that? Prager wants Iran war. Wicked man. Dennis Prager's not a good person. Anybody that wants war with Iran. I wanted war with Iraq after 9/11. I was tricked. I saw the towers fall down. I wanted to join the military. As the towers fell, I felt my blood boil. And I said, I want to join the military and fight anybody that did this. I was in college. My parents were like, please just finish your degree. You know, and then we'll see. And then things got a little messy. No one really, it's like, oh, we're going to go to Iraq to find a Saudi Arabian, Pakistani, Afghan. It didn't make a lot of sense, but I was for Iraq. The first Iraq, I was like, okay. Saddam Hussein, you know, he's done some really mean things to these Kuwaitis. Wait a minute. And then I was like, yeah, we got to make Iraq pay. At this point, if you think that we should go to Iran and Syria, you're evil. Everything we know about what really happened in 9/11, whether or not you can prove it or speculate it, we know it isn't what they told us. We know that bin Laden didn't get caught even though we have the best tech in the world, and he was like a giant dude on dialysis for like years and years and years. You find out Obama's funding ISIS. At this point, if you think that we have the hammer of God, like we have the sword of the righteous to be able to go to other countries and make them all gay and Jewish, you're out of your mind. You're literally evil. And that's coming from someone who used to think that going to Iraq was righteous, that they should pay. And when I heard that there was bombings, I'm like, that's what happens. This happens when you come in America. I was bought. All of us were.
Get away.
When they said Afghanistan, then one of my buddies worked at Camp Buka, you know, and they're like, they will hollow out someone, like they'll put a hole in someone, and they'll rape the hole. These people are fucking animals, you know. These go fuckers, these kid fuckers, you know, we'll burn them alive. And I'm like, yeah. And now I'm like, Wait a minute, Alexander the Great experienced the same thing. Those people were cave-dwelling sand people from Star Wars. How about we just bail? How about we don't just go in there for all the opium and the precious minerals and trying to feed them the currency and the global homo that we're now choking on? How about we get out of there? How about North Korea can do what North Korea does? Yeah, but they have slave labor and but America is breaking families. America is working women to death as they abort their kids and get and in the arms of an angel, Sarah McLachlan cat to replace their babies. North Korea puts people in camps. They're all fucked up. The guy, the guy with the supercuts haircut, definitely a bad guy. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they don't celebrate abortions. They don't have pride flags and try and get little kids to butt fuck each other in 3rd grade. I'm ashamed at what our culture's come, and I don't think we have any right to put it on others until we get our own house in order. So the fact Dennis Prager wants to send our boys, your kids, people that would stand up and say, I love America, I'm gonna fight, I'm gonna go against an enemy to keep us free. He's not gonna send his little fat son. He's not gonna fight. You know? He wants the money. He's going to lie and say, oh, they have weapons of mass destruction. We heard that, and it was a lie, and we all lost friends. People in mine and a lot of your socioeconomic class, and that's not just saying rich or poor. It's just saying people that actually do stuff, people that don't just watch CNN and mindlessly eat. We've all lost people, whether it was a moral wound and they're drunks or on heroin, or they literally died. One of my buddies in high school, his brother died over there. One of my best friends in Saranac Lake, he, fentanyled himself to death after telling us he was going to do it for months. The guilt is unbelievable. It's like, that's one of the things that got me closer to God was the guilt. Was forgiving myself. It's like, my brother was team leader to that dude. Put him to work. He just needed a mission. He joined up after his dad died, even though he was Division I baseball player. He became really good at killing people. He was an all-American athlete, bright-eyed boy. He comes home, starts tatting up his hands, doing heroin, just talking about wiping everyone off the planet and then how we're all equal in the same fucking sentence. Beautiful man. Loved comedy, loved life, wanted to die. Thanks, Dennis Prager. Thanks, Ben Shapiro. You guys aren't Americans. You're international Jews. And you're not going to get away with it again. And the reason I'm happy, and the reason I'm grateful, and I'm rejoicing in today and not dwelling in these evil places is because of my wife's friend, the guy who helped me with my shed, and you guys. And how disrespectful to God would it be if we just say, oh, the world's going to hell. We got Dennis Prager trying to get people to war. It's like, then raise your kids not to. I served. I'm a general level 50 on Call of Duty. Yeah, and yet Obama refused to release. And what we got here? And yet, Obama refused to release photos of Bin Laden's corpse. Oh yeah, he wants to be super respectful. The lies, and that's why we're gonna focus on the moon landing to close this thing down today, and then maybe we'll open a little mail. I got a giant bag full of mail, and embrace the stress and the hardship. We're all gonna die. Our family will be sick. People will threaten us. We will be scared. But we're not right now. It's like right now we're alive. Right now we can enjoy this day. And how dare us reject it and live in that evil world of fear and vengeance. And the only reason I've gotten a little better with it, I'm sure I'll backtrack again. I'm sure I'll spiral. I'm sure I'll just fucking start screaming about sodomy again. But today I am not. And as someone who's now sober, you do think in the days. I'm not a recovering alcoholic, blah, blah, blah. I have a glitch. I think a lot of us do. We're on stressful days. I want to drink beer and feel less. Get a little dumber, a little more giggly, and a little closer to that animal that's in all of us that we got since we left the garden. I'm not gonna every day, and I get it. I'm no victim. I'm not a recovering alcoholic. I don't have to give myself tokens and shit. Some people that works for, some people whatever. But like today, I'm not. Today, I'm looking at the garden. I'm smiling. You know, today I'm accepting sobriety and I'm feeling every bit of this and I'm loving it. And that's what we got. And that's what, you know, a lot of the Bible means. You know, sometimes I don't understand love your enemies, or I don't understand turn the other cheek, or I don't understand some of this shit. I think I'm like, no! But today, I get it. And then there'll come a day when I don't again, and I think these people have to pay, and I gotta. But today I get that. I get that there's people that have been hurt and they didn't have any guidance and they didn't have love, and understanding them is the best thing you can do for yourself and them. Because if not, you're defined by some pretty bad people doing some bad stuff. And they were defined by some pretty bad people doing some bad stuff. And you go all the way back to Eden. And how do you break that? Gratitude, love. And I have a hard time accepting that shit sometimes. People say God is love, Jesus is love. And other people are like, righteous indignation is good. And guess what? You're both right. Righteous indignation is okay. It says that in the Bible. Hate the wicked. Flip the tables. But it's also all about love. Gratitude. Because if not, I'm just a guy who wants to drink and hates sodomy and just loves making fun of Joe Rogan for looking like a thumb. That's not as good as I can be to this world. You know? Vengeance is the sweetest. It's addicting just like sexual deviancy is. That's why I hold myself back from it. I was to the point, like, I would be very good at killing the wicked. I was very good at having sex with women. It felt awesome to have woman after woman want you, and you felt that new chemistry. It's like, what is she thinking? What's this? What's this back and forth? Oh, no, a little more skin. Oh, a soft kiss, a hard kiss. Where are we? And then you realize that you're slowly going down the drain, and you're just becoming a soldier for nothing. You're never wicked. I never wanted to humiliate anybody or take advantage of anybody or spread. I just love the sense and the touches, and it's the same. It's got to be the same with killing. You know, the first hunt. You know, you find out about a guy that ruined a kid's life, and then, you know, got out of jail on a technicality, and then, you know, raped another kid, and they can't prove. And then you hunt him, and then you feel the splatter. You know, you see the twitching that happens. And you're like, and you think about all the people you saved and all the vengeance, and you're like, I'm sure it feels unbelievable. And then the next one, and the next one, then you start getting to a point where you're like, you're now a demon. Like, you can't prove all of them. Some of them could have loved and learned, you know? And you're not a detective and a judge and an executioner, and you can't handle that amount of tingle. And people think it's out of cowardice that people don't just start killing all these people. No, it's the same type of people that say, "Oh, so you only have sex with one woman because you can't get women, or you're just scared to talk to a woman." It's like, it got to a point where, like, I could have been on the road and never had to get a hotel room. That's how much I knew I could just always have sex with women. You start disappearing. You know, it's almost like the photo of Back to the Future. You're wasting your time. You don't get family. You're wasting women's time. You become carnal. You start going blind. You know, it's like that, like watching porn makes you go blind. You know, you start not seeing things. You start entering a world of just indulgence. You know, you're outside in the world. I now have trained myself where I don't look at other women. I don't look at women. It's still there. We're all animal. We all have an animalistic, passionate side, you know, but like, I'm not, if a woman's like shirt dropped down, I wouldn't just do this, because I've trained myself to not use the world as a sexual indulgence for myself. And what does that do? It allows me to think. It allows me to plan, to see ahead. There's a part of your eyes that just open right up when you don't look around for what you can whack off to later. It's a weapon against you. I'm not saying this to be some kind of controlling. The deep irony is people think that guys like me who say don't sleep with people you don't love, don't masturbate to pornography, don't do drugs, that they think I'm the controlling one. I'm trying to set you free. The controlling ones are the ones saying, lose yourself in DMT and sodomy and watch pornos and blah, blah. You won't be able to see anything. You won't be able to see what's coming. You'll believe anything anyone tells you. You become a goat. You know, what I'm saying, you've been trained to think is controlling. Why do you think I share with you some of my experiences with sex or my experiences with alcohol and stuff? Because I want you to know that I'm not coming from a position of no experience. I'm not coming from a position that doesn't know how good it feels to look at a woman when you're just having sex, like a brand new woman. You know how good it feels to do shots at a bar and just high-fiving everybody and just, you know, I'm the epitome of someone who knows that, and I'm telling you, I don't have control over you. You're not my sons. You're not my employees. I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to teach you what I learned. I don't get these moments without knowing this. Like, look at this. Look at what I saw today. This is my wife in a garden we made together. There is no experience you can have. You could be with 20 supermodels on a yacht with like Jay-Z dumping champagne in your mouth. Everyone's blowing you. You know, that doesn't come close to that. My son, with a cape my wife made him, pointing at our goats saying, I love milk, Dada. There is nothing you can get out there that is anything like that. And I have a responsibility as a man to tell young men this, because you are being robbed. And this is what I've seen with people that desperately want attention from me, that try and provoke me, that try and come at me. They just need masculinity. They need someone to say, this is how you be a man. You know, don't indulge. Like what Nick Swartzen, who's gay, what he taught me. You know, appreciate what you have, motherfucker. It's like, I wish someone had told me a long time ago, but God works in the ways he works. I would not have met Amy. I could have married someone 10 years before Amy and never had Walter and Amy and Charlie. And I love her so much that when I wake up and I do my chores with the goats, and when she comes downstairs, my heart races. I can't imagine that not being her. So if it didn't happen the way it happened, it wouldn't have been her. Walter wouldn't exist. Charlie wouldn't exist. But I wish someone had told me a long time ago that being a man isn't how many women you can have sex with. That being a man isn't the stories of conquest of sterile sex. That being a man isn't being able to drop down 20 beers and just, you know, wrestling with the Kings of Leon and then fucking punching someone in the face. You know, that's child behavior. And I got to live like that Kings of Leon story I just told you is a true story. You know, I didn't know who they were. We're having dips, we're pounding beers, we're fucking wrestling, we're fighting each other after doing a show in the Ryman Theater. You know, women are texting me, or was it Facebook then, or MySpace, sending me pictures of their tits. You know, it's like, I've done it. Love and family, and having those moments when your son says, you work hard, Dad. It's being taken from you. And there's a lot of good men out there, people that aren't wicked. They don't want to hurt people. They don't want to inflict. They're just coasting, floating. I've been there. Fox has been there. You know, that's why what we're saying matters. It means something to people, because it's not a lack of experience and it's not a controlling thing. And you've seen what we've sacrificed to be able to keep saying it, because it's our responsibility to pass on the information. That's what makes you a man. Vox Day sits in his grandfather's chair, who died peacefully after being a war hero. You don't think that gives him that a little bit more strength in these times? You know, when you think, I have pictures on my wall of my entire family. You know, the reason you should build your own fences is because you look at it and you think, and that's the difference between pride and pride. You know, it's like pride in the logos of it, the form, the honor, the security.
God
the
damn
attention to detail, thinking about what you could do better, but it's for all of us. It's for logos. Without that, you're a donkey. You're a beast of burden. You know, and I'm having a good day today, and I don't always have good days. So I'm really glad I get to say this stuff, because some days I'll be blind again. I used to be blinded by lust, now I get blinded by anger. I get blinded by disgust. I get blinded by the emotions that come with feeling like someone has personally crossed the line. And that's another level I'm trying to get to, because none of those things are good. You know? And I hope what I feel today and what I think today, I can grow and not forget these times. You know? Because, you know, there's always an Achilles heel. There's always a weakness to the fort. The greatest empires fall with just, you know, you want to know the strength of the Great Wall? The strength of the strongest wall is in the morality of its weakest man with a key. Moon landing. All right, let's check some of this shit out. Owen, one of the best speeches in the past few years. Thank you, Owen. Yeah, feel free to cut it up, share it, send it to people. Because I take these down every day. I'll take this down by tomorrow. It's only going to be at unauthorized.tv. But share it with other men. Because I didn't come up with this. This isn't copyright infringement. You can mock it if you want, but you're wrong. And Logos always rises. This is ancient. This is what's been taken from people. Myself, Generation Z, it's been taken from so thoroughly that you can smell their bloodlust in the air. People think that I'm a sociopath. They think I'm crazy. I have extremely high empathy to the point where I can sense what others are feeling in mass. All right. Share the speech with family. It's great. Yeah, I'm even trying to not swear, so it's more shareable. Because once you see it, you get armed. You know how to get through it. You can't quit porn when you think it's an indulgence. You can't quit booze when you think you're a good drunk. I'm great to drink with. You quit booze when you realize that it makes you eat, and it makes you fat, and it makes you cranky the next day, and it'll make you a worse dad. You quit porn when you realize it's a weapon, and it keeps you blind, and you're masturbating to runaways. You know, you need the knowledge to quit. If you're just, I've tried to quit porn a million times back in the day. Before you know it, pants around ankles, 8 windows open, whacking myself silly, because I'm like, you know, I'm trying to be strong. It's like when you approach it like a gym membership, you're never gonna quit.
Whew.
When you approach it like, I really should go to the gym, but you know, fuck it. Don't approach it that way. Approach it as, that is a weapon that's trying to plant seeds in my mind that will make me blind. And it's designed and it's free so that spiders can take over my life. Then you won't do it. You know, when it's like, oh, I should be a better man, I should not whack off, but I mean, it's a little indulgence, a little piece of cake. You know, I have a gym membership, I never go. My body aches from moving rock. I'm like, yeah, you know, I want better. You know, I got kind of 20 pounds extra on my gut. But I'm like, nah, fuck it, I don't feel like it. That's not, if you approach it that way, you'll never quit porn. Approach it as, this is a way a spider is trying to take over your mind and make you blind. And then empathize with all the women in there. Hell, empathize with the men. A lot of the men were abused as kids. And then realize it makes you a cuck. You're watching another man have sex with a woman, and like a little creep looking through a window, you're whacking off just at another man with another woman.
Don't freeze now.
It'll keep you from having to keep you blind, and it'll keep you a quivery little
Probably
shameful
my,
mess. And it's designed that way. It's by design. And when you think that way, you go. I've had moments of weakness. I've had moments, not moments where I watch porn, but moments where I'm like tired, maybe a little horny. You know, it's like, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, no, not that. It's like chewing tobacco. There's no temptation for me to chew tobacco now. I chewed every day for 16 years. All right, let's watch a little moon landing.
Oops.
But it's important to stop watching pornography. When I was growing up, porn was a crumpled picture in the woods, and I always thought it was great, but it was so hard to get to, you know, and then if someone would have a tape, you'd pass it around, have great wax sessions, it was mind-blowing stuff. But the lack of ability to get it kept you, you know, masculine. the way the world is now, I see the point. It's almost like making heroin legal. You know, it's easy to not do heroin when like it's not that easy to get. You know, I don't know anybody that sells heroin currently. There's no one walking around my neighborhood trying to give my son heroin. Your phone is riddled with pornography all the time. You have to line in the sand, none. Do you miss Chew? 0. I used to like crazy. I tried quitting 50 times and failed. And then it was on my birthday. I gave myself a birthday present of a longer life. I said, I deserve a longer life. This will kill me. Because I would be on the road all the time and I'd chew all the time. And I'm like, I just started dating Amy. You know, my life was turning around a little bit. I'm like, a birthday present to myself. Because one of my best friends died on my birthday years before, and I've always hated birthdays, and I never like to celebrate birthdays. But I'm like, this birthday, I get a present, and that's I'm not going to die a brutally jawless, painful death. I'm going to live, motherfuckers. Heroin is legal at a pharmacy, right? But you still need a prescription. Wait till the prescription goes away. Then you're dealing with opium war shit. Every time you watch porn, a Jew takes a dump on your soul. It's worse than that. Every time you watch porn, a Jew fucks your wife. Every time you watch a Hollywood movie, a Jew takes a dump on your soul. Every time you watch porn, a Jew fucks your wife. Glad you quit tobacco. Yeah. I have a tendency towards addiction. I have a repetitive mind. It's why I'm good at piano. It's why I get obsessive. I can do the same thing over and over again, and if it's bad for me, it will kill me. How's that putting it, Chew? Go to snooze. If you're having a ridiculously hard time, at least give yourself some more time. Go to Swedish snooze. Or, like, at least Copenhagen. No Kodiak bear. I'm a bear, I get it. Bears are awesome. That shit's got fiberglass. Skull will fuck you up. If you're gonna chew it, like, just start chewing on, like, raw tobacco leaves. Just get the fucking toxins out of your mouth. For Christ's sake. It will fucking kill you. It also restricts your dick. Kills your boners. You having a hard time with boners? You're doing it to your own dick. Oh, by the way, dark stream, 30,428. Yesterday started at 29,200. So from me and from Vox, thank you everybody who signed up. We had a mission yesterday and we completed the mission. And now he can, for some reason he's not allowed to yet, but he can do members only chat, and then he can go back to live streaming without constantly dealing with ankle biters. So that's a big win for the good guys.
Ugh.
I went to snooze. Well, snooze isn't like designed. It's not. It's almost like, you know, I'm not going to, because I figured out it is illegal. I was going to grow like cocaine leaves for tea, as like a coffee alternative, because, you know, cocaine's only bad for you if it's like you get like tons of it and some like little peasant jumps on it and puts gasoline on it and condenses it, but I'm just staying away from all that because growing it's illegal. But you know, so snooze is kind of like that, you know, where it's like it's not like Kodiak is designed for maximum addiction, and you know, it scrapes your lip so it like just shoots right into your blood. I used to chew all the time. All right, let's watch the moon. All right, so let's talk about this as we watch it. It's a little bit in, but, you know, it'll be cash.
Officials famously once said, our mission will be complete once everything Americans believe.
Oh, by the way, the reason this is important is this, I believe, ruined the boomers. The fake moon landing created a false sense of accomplishment and masculinity that was absolutely not true. And on a deep level, men knew it wasn't true. And that, I think, made for a generation of the worst cucks that have ever lived. That's why this matters. I'm not just being a dick. You have to accept that this didn't happen, and a lot of you that haven't accepted it, now you will. We're going to listen to a guy named Bart Sibrel.
Is a lie. So, what inspired you to make the film? A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon.
Well, I grew up as the biggest fan of the moon missions. My father was in the United States Air Force, and as an officer, he received a VIP package, press package of about 20 9x12 color prints of the first mission to the moon. I was about 4 years old at the time, asleep in bed, and a few weeks later, he got the package of pictures, gave them to me as a cherished present, and I had them on my wall.
By the way, that's one of the reasons I take it a little personally, too. I used to be obsessed with astronomy and astronauts. because I'm related to Clark from Lewis and Clark, and I always wanted to be an explorer. I did end up going on the road as a comedian, but it wasn't exactly exploring. So one of the reasons I got so angry is because of the lie, the grooming. I was all about the moon.
Day I saw.
As I saw Michael Jackson moonwalk, you know, the pedophile.
And 365 days a year, times 10 years, over 3,600 times I looked at those pictures and believed we went to the moon. And then by the age of 14, 10 years later, I saw a television program with its guest, a gentleman by the name of William Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne. And because he was an editor of interdepartmental memos, he was one of the...
I don't want to bore you guys. And this guy's info where not only is it a fact we didn't go, it's so easy to prove we didn't go. And it's so easy to show why they faked it, why it matters, why the lies will never end, why they keep saying, oh, we're going to go next year, and people want to believe it because it's one of the only conspiracies that's positive. Every other conspiracy is negative. You know, 9/11, Kennedy, Federal Reserve, all this stuff, you don't want to even hold on to it because you're like, that's gross. The moon, you want to hold on to it because it's one of the greatest accomplishments in human history. So to say we didn't go, it doesn't feel good, but it's very important to do it.
These pictures with new eyes. The important thing is that it caught me as an open-minded 14-year-old. And in order to see the truth, we have to be open-minded. In fact, one of the greatest stumbling blocks to perceiving the truth is our own pride. Pride blinds us from seeing the truth. And fortunately, this notion that the moon landings might have been falsified caught me open-mindedly. And I looked at the pictures, and sure enough, there were anomalies in the photographs, which I discuss, and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Then you add another 10 years to that. By the time I was 24, I had become a filmmaker. My job as a filmmaker is to make fake scenes look real. I even got complimented one day, more experienced than me, and he said, Bart, I love the way you used the sunset out the window. And I said, well, that was actually an electrical light that we had mimicking the sun. So that's how I discerned that the pictures were not real, that they were lit in a television studio, because that's the craft that I worked with. And I can tell you even what kind of lighting they used, that it was not sunlight, it was electrical light, and it was this kind of electrical.
By the way, this is a good role for a gamma. This guy's a gamma, but I don't know, though. He's not a liar. He's ridiculously honest. But these highly specific people in these weird trades, like he was into lighting. He knows that the lighting on the moon is total bullshit. You know, he's a crazy expert in a few things, and then was hired to make a documentary, and then realized it's all. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Hang on, here we go.
I was being as cautious as possible, but within a few minutes, he had this great grandfatherly personality that I knew he was genuine, and he suggested that I do a film about it, being a filmmaker. Well, I paid my salary myself for about 6 months out of savings and did nothing but research how the shadows that should be parallel in sunlight.
I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna open this up because I'm too tempted to just keep doing commentary. I'm gonna go get a little more coffee. Just really listen.
Coffee?
This guy's a legend. He thought he was gonna die for this shit too.
Sometimes at 90 degrees, how 2 of the 3 astronauts from the first mission rarely give interviews, how the administrator of NASA resigned days before the first mission, how the Soviets had launched the first satellite, the first animal, the first man, the first woman, the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3. All these first, 5 times amount of hours in space as the U.S., and they never went to the moon. And I started thinking, maybe the guy's right. I would say at that point, I estimated there was about a 1 out of 4 chance that the moon landings were fake. Seeing how it's the greatest event in history, next to creation and the Messiah coming, I'd say that's a dangerous possibility. Now, I have a relentless personality. I've always liked puzzles. I even drew mazes as a kid. And I said, if they didn't go to the moon, I'm the type of guy who could dig that up because I like puzzles and I'm relentless. So I actually, Sean, turned down the project for fear of my life. I said, if they didn't go to the moon, this could be dangerous looking into this. And I wanted to have a wife and family someday. And I said, why should I risk my life for someone else's folly years ago? So I actually turned down the project. Then another 5 years go by. I started reading the Bible at the request of a client who said, hey, if you read the Bible, I get this script of yours to a famous filmmaker. I picked up the one-year Bible in 1989, and in 5 years, I had read the Bible 5 times. And I still wasn't a Christian, but I at least had a foundation that there is right and wrong, there is light and darkness, and there is a distinction between the two. And that if they didn't go to the moon, I realized, Sean, that that would be more profound of an event historically than if they'd actually gone. Let's say they could go, they could put a man on our closest planet, heavenly body to Earth, and come back, or they didn't go, they embezzled what would be now $150 billion, murdered people to keep it a secret, lied to Congress, lied to the Senate, lied to the scientific community, lied to the encyclopedias, and this is the government that claims to be the righteous light on a hill. If that happened, that would be more profound of an event historically than if they had actually gone. And I realized this might well be the case. And for the sake of history, like having a cure for cancer that's repressed, I said, I'm going to die anyway, and I might as well die for a purpose. So I changed my mind 5 years later. I started producing A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. We raised about $1 million to produce these films, and the financier of our films is right now a board member of an aerospace company building rockets for NASA, who wishes to remain anonymous. And he knows from an engineering point of view, the calculators that they had back then, the computer processing power, which is 1/millionth that in all of NASA that a modern day cell phone could not calculate the trajectories and the synchronizing of the two rockets, mating, lifting off from the moon and mating with the spacecraft allegedly orbiting the moon.
Well, and not to mention, let me jump in and say, not to mention the impossibility of real-time communications at a distance of 240,000 miles. I mean, the point is that anybody with a cell phone who's lost signal knows that it would probably be very difficult with late 1960s technology to communicate in real time with a spacecraft 240,000 miles away, Bart.
Well, yeah, this investor who has an IQ in the range of Bill Gates and Einstein, who put up $1 million, who's right now building rockets for NASA, okay? He knows from an engineering point of view that they cannot go to the moon today, much less 50 years ago. The reason why they destroyed all the technology and all the blueprints and all the data that would have proved how they did it was to mask the fact that they didn't do it. So they're saying they spent $150 billion to go to the moon, and the rocket specifications to prove how they did it, they deliberately destroyed. The telemetry data to prove where the spacecrafts were, they deliberately destroyed. And all the original photographs and videotapes which would prove it, they deliberately destroyed. The fact that they destroyed it is proof that they didn't go, because if they really went, they would never destroy it. But if they falsified it, and all that data and blueprints could prove the rocket didn't have enough fuel, the computers didn't have enough processing power, or the lunar module didn't have enough batteries, then they would destroy it, which is exactly what they did.
Yeah.
So the fact that they destroyed all that data.
Yeah, it speaks to the cover-up of a crime. I just want to give people sort of my top 5 anomalies that make me believe it's highly unlikely that men were sent to the moon. And in fact, this was a production sold to the American people and sold to the global population as massive propaganda. Here's the first one, the Van Allen radiation belts. And number 2, Bart, landing the lunar module.
Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound thrust engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Not even one speck of moon dust on the landing pod. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere.
And they were never able to land it successfully in tests on Earth. Number 3, the audacity of telling us they brought a rover, a dune buggy, to the moon. I mean, are you serious? They had this thing down so perfectly well, and it was so easy and so risk-free that they brought the extra added weight of a dune buggy so they could tool around on the moon. It's absolutely preposterous.
The cost of the 3 moon rovers in 21st century currency? Nearly $60 million each.
Dude gets it.
Though they had fewer parts than a Jeep. Where was all this money going?
Number 4, background mountains in many of these pictures are identical, and it's impossible for them to be identical. Here's one with the lunar module. And then here's the same mountain shown with no lunar module. And number 5, the Apollo 11 post-moon landing conference with Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, and Neil Armstrong, where it feels a lot more like a funeral than a hero's welcoming of 3 men that just landed on the moon.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any.
Those are sort of my top 5 anomalies that make me believe that there's more to the story, Bart.
Well, Sean, believe it or not, if you read this article, which you're going to link in your video,
Damn it!
which is called Did They Really Walk on the Moon 48 years ago on the very first attempt, there is so much evidence in that article. Now, it's a lengthy article, and it has lots of video clips and references. There's so much more proof that they did not go than the fact that they claim that they did. And here's why. If you could name any time in world history, so we got, at least 6,000 years or more of civilization, if you can mention just one other time in which a milestone was met, like let's say first flight in 1903 by the Wright brothers, or crossing the Atlantic in 1927 by Lindbergh, or the atomic bomb in 1945, or breaking the sound barrier in 1947, or climbing Mount Everest, or going to the South Pole. If you could mention any other milestone in history that once it was broken, no one on Earth from any country was able to repeat it for 50 years. The only instance that has happened is the moon landings. Because if they could go to the moon on the very first attempt with 1960s technology, men would have been on Mars 25 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so illogical.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable. It's like someone saying we split the atom, but we can't repeat it for 70 years. They're saying it's going to take 20 years from today to, quote, return to the moon. But their goal in the 60s was only 8 years. So with 50 years older technology, it only took them 8 years to go to the moon. And now with half a century, better rockets and computers, it's going to take them 20 years to go to the moon. The farthest they can go today is 1/1000th, as they claim to have gone 50 years ago, with 1/millionth the computing power of a cell phone, with all that antiquated technology. It just is completely illogical. The only reason why people still believe we went to the moon, despite the obviousness, is because it's a positive conspiracy. I don't know of any other positive conspiracy. I mean, whoever killed JFK, he's dead. Whoever did 9/11, 3,000 people are dead. But this is a positive conspiracy. We went to the moon. America's great during the Nixon administration, during the Vietnam War protests, a distraction, a pep rally, something to feel good about. Your team won the Super Bowl. Well, what if I told you, Sean, your team, your hometown, they cheated to do it? You're ready to punch me in the face. And what if it's true? I mean, to me, it's so amazing. There's so much proof that they didn't go compared to their acclaim of the fact that they claimed they went to the moon. There's really no comparison.
Yeah. Well, let me back you up here. Cars have gotten more economical and more powerful. Certainly better since, the Model T. Same with computers. They've become faster and more powerful and much smaller. We now have iPhones, as you said, in our pockets with more computing power than NASA had to send these astronauts to the moon. And here's NASA's Don Pettit saying, darn it, we'd love to go back to the moon, but we destroyed all the technology that got us there.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
We destroyed that technology, Bart. It's a painful process to get it back, doggone it. Oh, shucks.
So let's pretend, Sean, that you believe we went to the moon. I'm going to help you win the debate. You tell me one other time in the entire history of the world when a new technology was developed and they deliberately destroyed it. See, then I go, hello? Because it's never happened. There's never been a technology that a breakthrough was made, electricity, or the telephone, or the atomic bomb, or putting a man on the moon. Oh, just that one. There's never been a time when a new technology was deliberately destroyed, except the technology to go to the moon. Because if they kept all the blueprints and all the schematics, you could prove scientifically that it was impossible. We have publications from von Braun himself. He's the guy who designed the rocket.
Werner
And he
von
said
Braun.
originally it would
Operation
take
Paperclip.
3 rockets, each
He was an
taller
SS
than the
officer.
Empire State Building, each weighing 800,000 tons to reach to the moon. And the Saturn V only weighed 2,500 tons.
Yeah.
It's a difference of 30,000%. And then he said you'd have to have a space station built first, ferry all of the extra fuel, and from there go to the moon. And then he said once you landed, you'd have to go into a cave because there would be a 50% chance every 24 hours of a catastrophic failure because of micrometeorites causing catastrophic decompression in the spacecraft or spacesuit. And they're leisurely walking around the moon for days and days, and no one ever had a micrometeorite. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable that they would bring a car to the moon and drive a distance away that they couldn't walk back in the event there was a failure in the mechanism. I mean, it's so preposterous. But people wanted to believe it. They wanted to believe in technology. They wanted to believe in America's great. And we're trying to take candy away from a baby here, Sean, in order to get people to see the truth. They don't want to give up their candy. I've talked to professors at universities who said if they saw an Apollo astronaut on national TV confess that it was fake, they would still believe that the missions were real.
Well,
they want to believe it so much.
We've been indoctrinated since children with this story. And you're right, it's a positive story. It's a patriotic story, and we want to believe it. But again, as I started this video, as I started this interview, just about everything we've ever been told has been a lie. So,
think what it means if they didn't go and lied about it. Let's think about that for a minute. This is what it means if they didn't go to the moon, and we're right that they lied about it. It means our country, the United States of America, that we're genuinely patriotic for, being an honest country, a moral country, that they lied about the greatest accomplishment of mankind. They held ticker tape parades for these people. They gave them congressional medals of honor for lying. It means, because we know Congress and the Senate didn't vote for this, it means that the people controlling the government are not the Congress and not the Senate, that the CIA is running the country. And if they...
All right, let's talk a little bit.
I got fucking hit by a damn...
Because sometimes, Crowder
brick.
and his dad, because I guess Crowder's dad, they were all tight with all the astronauts, and so they were like, why even look into this? It's just keep, why does it matter? We used to be buddies with the astronauts. Because if you accept a lie, you can't heal. Look at how that simple fact could have been, how much it's manifested into just worse and worse and worse and worse. You can't just ignore lesions. Like if you have a skin lesion, that's a problem. If you have skin cancer, you don't just be like, just don't address it. Back then, we could have talked more about the fact that our country had been taken over by the deep state. And that the people we voted for in Congress were no longer in charge. But instead, you let in the vampire because you want to believe. And it seems like when you admit these things, that dude Harrison Smith from InfoWars called me an anti-Semite and all that stuff. A red flag with him when I debated him with the moon landing is he's like, but if you admit all these things are lies, you become a nihilist. It's the exact opposite. Nihilism comes when you're so unable to figure out why the world doesn't make sense at all. When you admit these things are lies, one of the reasons that a lot of these people are just obsessed with me and they're like, proof on Benjamin's a liar. Look at you, you're a liar. It's transference. I went through a hard time years and years ago with my own dad for things that are personal, that will never be talked about publicly. And when I couldn't confront him on it, I just confronted the world. and I just got mad at the world, and I was just calling other people the things I wanted to say to my dad. But I couldn't say it to my dad because I didn't want to admit it. I've since remedied that, but I understand that. So when someone is living in a world where they can't address a lie,
Oh, come
they
on,
start
behind me.
calling everyone else liars. If they can
Fucking
prove
bastard.
that a random guy like me is a liar, then they don't have to confront whether it's their dad or NASA or why nothing makes sense or why science keeps changing every 3 years, but yet we're still supposed to believe the guys in the lab coats. Guys, in the 20th century, they were doing bloodlettings with leeches. They were drinking water out of uranium cups to keep them warm. They were selling cocaine and heroin from pharmacies. They thought smoking was good for you. They would take out a woman's womb and call it a hysterectomy for hysteria if she was, being bitchy. They would lobotomize people. They would put you in a padded room if you asked too many questions. Our history is littered with horror. And if you just accept it, if you accept the authority without being able to ask questions, you give up all of your ability to feel joy or redemption or anything. Christianity is the truth. You have to admit there's a God. You have to admit you were created. The biggest problem is atheism. When people say, nothing created us. You can't have a creation without a creator. If you are living that big of a lie, where you think that all of this was happen chance from atoms that were created from random nothing banging into each other that just happened to create your child's eyes, you're going to be depressed, anxious, nihilistic, have addictions. It doesn't set you free to believe in lies. It destroys you. And that's why I think a lot of people come here. That's why I think there's, how many people are here right now? And I'll show you Jordan Peterson because he's having a rough time right now. He's in between two worlds. 4,801 people right now are watching this show. This is a man who's been called every name in the book. And when you get to know the Bears, you realize that they're good people. This is not a hive of Nazi isolated bunker psychopaths. The majority of you guys are young people, married people, successful people, homesteading people, all kinds of people, warriors, mothers, good people. And when you see that, you realize that the narrative is a little off on me. And it turns out that there is a desire for people to be told the truth. And like, for example, that Bart guy, he believes the world's round and spinning. He could be wrong, according to some of my buddies and some of the things I think, but he doesn't think he's wrong. And that's why he can still speak. Dave Smith thinks the world should be anarcho-capitalist. Everything wrong with the world's from the state, and that we should have free trade. He's a wonderful man because he believes that's true. When someone loses their ability to speak what they believe to be true, they enter a world of pure hell. Let's talk about Jordan Peterson. I live in a bunker. Yeah, I do have friends in bunkers. I think bunkers are a bad move, though. You have to be exposed to the outside. It's one thing to have a bunker, but if you live in a bunker, a lot of the big mafia bosses would like to live in the city that they ruled over because they wanted to always be aware of what's going down. If you go too bunker too early, you atrophy your ability to see what's coming. I mean, having a bunker that you could go into is one thing, but you shouldn't live in a bunker. It's like oddly safe spacey. If you want to design a root cellar that resembles a bunker, and your neighbors are like, that looks more like a bunker than a root cellar, tell them to fuck off, and it's, a bunker/root cellar. Hang on. How do you... Depleted uranium is not a problem. I'm not getting into that. Owen, when people have been lied to their entire life, it's hard to accept the truth. It's like Neo in the Matrix. That is why we need to approach these people with gentleness, like the Bible says. Right. The most important thing is know that you are, right now, you're wrong about something. The issue isn't the truth. It's the pursuit of truth. Truth exists. It isn't subjective. We're all trying to find it. We can all have a community. That's why when people say, oh, stop punching right. Why are you attacking Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro is not seeking truth. I have more in common with a full-blown socialist who believes it's true than I do a liar. So the first step to the gentleness that gentleman was just talking about is know that if you're pursuing truth, you can be friends with other people on the path to truth. It's like the blind man and the elephant. You know, the blind man touched the elephant. They're all describing different things, but it's all an elephant. You know, if y'all know that you're honestly describing what you think the elephant is, you don't stab each other to death. But when you find out someone's deceptive, someone's a liar, someone's trying to sell you gold with their promo codes in war, they aren't on your team no matter what they say they are. You know, they're grifters. When I was having sex with a lot of women on the road and getting drunk every night, I thought that was the best way to live. I thought Christians were controlling. I thought they were stuffy and controlling, and they were liars. Because the heads of the churches I knew as a kid were satanic. They were liars. They were trying to get money, and they were out for their own appetites. I thought that the people being holier than thou with me when it came to sex, I'd be like, well, you hate your wife. Like, what are you pitching me? Don't judge me, you Puritan. I believed it, and that's why I didn't lose my soul. If I knew the right path, and I chose another path because I just accepted it. You know, like, I drink a lot of coffee. Coffee isn't great for my arteries. I'm a human being. If I try to act like coffee's awesome, like, listen, if you drink 8 cups of coffee and you just start ranting about gays, that's really healthy. You know, that's when you start having a problem. You know, it's when you think that something that isn't good is good just because you don't want to admit it. That's when you start losing your ability to speak truth. So, Ben Shapiro's not on the right. No, the right is just right. Let's just start calling it right. The right has been taken over. I've been looking a lot into Freemasons and shit like that. There was definitely a moment when Freemasons were taken over by like really evil people. There's times when people that are in a group that are like, yeah, we're just Masons who wear stupid hats. And then someone's like, oh, this is something I can infiltrate. Kind of like that story that Milo just broke. And then they're like, okay, you got to get to this level, this level. They set up a whole structure of control, Luciferianism, all that stuff. There's times when certain groups are fine, and then they become bad. So when you say the right, just say right. Are you pursuing truth? Are you trying to figure out what's right, or are you trying to say what you have to say to get lollipops and fancy pants? That's the whole thing. That's how you judge people. And that's why people say, I hate when the right eats its own. Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager, and Steven Crowder are not on my team. They're not on your team. They want to start another war that they know is wrong. I wanted to go to war with Iraq because I thought it was right. There's no one alive that thinks Iran is a threat to America. They think it's a threat to Israel, and it's because of banking. That's it. If you intentionally hide that fact for money or for clicks, then you're not on my team. I don't give a fuck what your stance is on abortion or pronouns. I keep bringing up Dave Smith because he's a perfect example of a seeker of truth that doesn't appear to be someone that I would normally associate with. He's a Jewish anarcho-capitalist who used to be really pro-abortion. At every point, he thought it was right. He'll still have me on his show. I would be the godfather of his kids. I trust him with my life. I would let his family stay at my house as long as they wanted. We disagree, but I know he's trying to find the truth. Right now, there's things that I'm absolutely wrong about that I will not know for years.
Sequel cult.
Like, for example, today I realized that love really is incredibly important and that to be grateful is awesome. When a few days before, I'm like, I have to be angry to fight the sodomy. You know, it's like I was wrong, but I didn't know it. People could say, oh, you're talking about yourself, you're rambling, you're No, I know myself, and being able to describe what I'm going through allows other people to understand themselves. That's all we know. You know, when you're a writer, they say, write what you know. All right, so let's watch Jordan Peterson. This is why Jordan Peterson is currently mentally spiraling. And by the way, you can be in the military and still be totally awesome. You know, you can be in the military and be like, man, I really hope we don't go to Iran. There could be people in the military that think going to Iran's a good thing and still be good people. you know, right now I'm on YouTube, which I believe to be an evil company, but I know that this is my job and nothing's perfect. It's a fallen world. I'm not judging the military. You know, most of the military is against war because they're the ones that have to fight it, not Ben Shapiro and his little clip dick. There I go getting angry again. Anger lets in the devil, right? But you need righteous indignation is different than anger. It's kind of like pride for God, like what Bach did when he wrote all that music, is different than pride for self. Anger for self, anger to make yourself feel better. Like the mistake I did with gloating is bad. Anger against the wicked to protect the vulnerable is good. But there has to be a balance, and if you stay in that world too long, it's bad. And I know it's important what I'm talking about. This isn't rambling. Like people, this will help people. I know it does. It helps me to think about it. You guys help me work through stuff. Because, you know, the fact that I know I'll be talking to you guys and I want to do a good job, it encourages me to work harder. You guys being proud of me for not drinking definitely helped me not drink. It still does every day. You know, every now and then someone will be like, man, I miss beers with bears, man. Just get drunk. You're way funnier when you're drunk. I get it. I'm not banning you for that. But, like, the fact that most people like me sober has helped. Even though I hope I would always have the strength to not drink. But, like, you guys helped me tremendously. So thank you. All right, so let's watch Jordan Peterson right now. This is why Jordan Peterson, and people who are close to him are saying that he's having mental issues. He's really going down a dark path, and I'll show you why. It's not because he disagrees with me. It's because he's accepted lies. And I uploaded this because it's important to see. But a lot of people haven't seen it, so I really want to show this. Where is this? Where is this? All right, where is it? I got Vice. Misstep. Let me open it up. Peterson. And it matters because he's a leader of men. You know, you don't want to lead men down the wrong path. We need every man we can get. Men are not to be thrown away and called toxic and made to feel impotent and unloved and just to hide away on pills, watching pornos. Men are very, very, very important. And these people that say that they're leaders of men, that lead men to this state of self-hatred, need to be stopped. You know, and that's why I do this. All right, where is this? I'll find it real quick here, guys. Download. Did I not download it? There we go. And then I'll show Obama making fun of Trump for questioning the moon landing. Maybe I'll open some packages, and then we'll call it a day. This is why Jordan Peterson, no matter how much money he makes, he made, I think the official is $7 million last year. I would guess 15 minimum, but 7 million, right? Not only did that not help him, this is proof. When I talk about how money doesn't really matter and people think it's a scam, where I'm just trying to like get people to be like, oh, money doesn't matter, I'll give Owen money. Watch this. Watch how, if you watch him these days, he's so much more miserable and less shiny and less purpose than he was when he was just a random professor in Canada. You know? Watch how it degenerated him. And this is why. I'll show you right now.
Maybe I shouldn't have went through
and
that.
We can all learn from it. Jordan Peterson. Sorry it's taking me so long. There we go. This is... And the fact he knows people have seen this. That's one thing about liars, is when you don't know if someone knows something about you, it takes away your ability to be a charlatan. You know, like that's why magicians hate when people know tricks. Like when people know that this isn't really a thumb, they're like, why would you tell everybody? Now I can't do it. That's how these guys are. The fact that he knows millions of people have seen this, it means they won't buy his lobster shit anymore because he is a liar. All right, watch this. This is very important. This is why I call it Jews a lot, because they have to be called out. This is a moment when you can see Jordan Peterson doesn't have a soul. It's only 2 minutes long.
Jewish individuals are overrepresented in the ownership and senior staffing of the U.S. news media.
Oh, and by the way, and if you think that this is just Jew hate, understand that millions and millions of people have died children, women, because people wouldn't call this stuff out.
This way.
This guy's point is absolutely correct. So what I'm doing is not out of hate. It's because awareness and being able to speak truth will literally save kids.
Jewish individuals are overrepresented in the ownership and senior staffing of the U.S. news media. The news media also is inexplicably hostile towards Russia. If the current warmongering against Russian Christians is in any way motivated by the same ethnic hatred that motivated the Holodomor, we must face that truth honestly. So here's my question. If Jewish individuals...
By the way, listen to his lobsters groaning just at the possibility of questioning Jewish motives. 40% of the billionaires in America. People that bite off the dicks of babies.
Christian Ukrainians enough to starve millions of them to death, could the same thing happen today? Could Jewish individuals use a position of power to seek out revenge against places like Europe and Russia that have a history of expelling Jews? Thank you again for your work.
I forgot to open the door.
Like, maybe there's something here that you don't know about, you know? And I am trying to just speak the truth. That's okay. Thank you very much for your work. You really have changed my life. You changed the life of a lot of people. Thank you so much. That's okay.
Right there was him saying, and he can't avoid this. He knows what he did, and he knows people know it. So when people say, speak truth, he literally said, I can't do it. Because that guy's point was valid. He wasn't saying, should we round up Jews? Are Jews responsible for everything? Jew. He's saying, is it possible that the Jewish-controlled media could turn on Russians and Ukrainians like they did in the past because of spite? And when confronted with that obvious question, rooted in love, rooted in protection, it's not anti-Jewish. That's not saying do anything to Jews. It's just saying, is that possible? Peterson paces, and he says he can't do it, and the crowd claps because they're rewarding Peterson for kneeling. And they all know it. They all know he can't touch it. When that guy was first saying that, that guy wasn't a Nazi. He wasn't saying, will you admit Jews suck? That guy was saying something valid. He's like, you've helped me a lot. Jews clearly have a majority control of the media. That is a fact. Everyone knows it. Is it possible that influence could push people to hate Russians? And we watched it all play out. The collusion bullshit.
Ow!
Ukraine, and then historically you have the Holodomor. When millions of people die, it doesn't matter what the media says because tons of people know it's true. You know how many people's grandparents died in the Holodomor? Like, you can say whatever you want. The Armenians have gotten no attention for the World War I massacre of their own people, in which way more percentage of their population were killed by Turkish Muslims. Does it seem like they forgot? It's the acceptance of lies doesn't hide you. It ensures your end. And when you don't know or when you're wrong, just admit it to yourself. I don't come on here and have to do an apology every time I'm wrong about something because it would just be tedious and it wouldn't make sense to people. I'll re-listen to stuff and be like, oh, that was a little off, but I never try to do that, But when you say, I can't address that because of the lollipops weighing down my literal fancy pants, you're cursed. Armenia will never forget. Exactly. And what this is the irony. What did it do to Armenians? It kept them tight. Armenians are some of the most masculine dudes I know. They haven't been as infiltrated by global homo as others because they didn't get to indulge in their victim status. You see how interesting that is? How what you think curses people actually makes them stronger. Me losing my agent and getting kicked out of Hollywood, I thought I was cursed. You know, my wife married someone who she thought was going to be more wealthy. You know, I'm doing manual labor. She's loving me even more, though. She's thinking that I'm a good man, which that's why I'm so lucky to have her. Not only did it not curse me, I wouldn't have any of the things that I now think are so beautiful in my life. I wouldn't know so many things. I wouldn't have faith like I do. You know? I never hated God, but I never felt God. I never really thought about it. You know, when you're put into a corner, it isn't the end, it's the beginning. You know? Like, look at Peterson from just like a year before. Watch how much of a liar he is, but watch how much more confident he was. This is a guy who a lot of people believe is Christian. He won't even address it, and because the spell hadn't been broken. So just watch how different Peterson is in this clip.
About your personal faith. Christians who watch you have listened closely over the last 2 years about whether you self-identify as a Christian or not. And the National Review which was also the publication that William F. Buckley founded, has written about you the following. That the effect is that the intellectual idol of millions of people is punting on the most important question in the world. It is a question of literal metaphysical truth before this question of psychology. Peterson has said that he behaves as if God exists.
By the way, people are saying Peterson brought you closer to God. That's like saying the person who raped you got you closer to God. He's a wicked man. My friend Nick Swartzen is just gay. He's not a wicked man. He's a good man. Peterson knows what he's doing, and he's doing it for money. That's way worse, and I will never forgive it. I'll never forgive him. I'm not praying for him. No. He sold his soul, which is much different than being like, yo, that guy, like, I don't consider Crowder on this level of wicked. I think Crowder was raised to not question anything, you know, to believe that any conspiracy theory is bad, to just go with the flow, meat and potatoes, you know, put in your time. Crowder isn't sitting around thinking, how do I destroy men? Watch this guy.
But he lectures as if he doesn't. It would be helpful for his fans and himself if he addressed the heart of the West crisis and meaning, God, yes or no.
That's it, yes or no.
Why not take on this question of the existence of God?
Because it's not something to reduce to a soundbite, fundamentally.
Well, your lectures are 2 hours long.
This is true, but when you're talking about the most important questions that people have ever asked, then 2 hours isn't very long. Apparently, people will watch them. So I'm not prepared to. I'm not prepared to say things in any other way than I've already said them.
Now that you know that he's a liar and a charlatan and made $7 million and he's wicked, don't you really despise him for this? Because anybody that believes in God, do you believe in God? Yes. I don't want to, you know, put it down to blah, 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 blah. He's trying to make young men think that it's complicated. It's not. It's as simple as you, just watch more.
No, it isn't obvious what belief means. People think that what they believe is what they say they believe. I don't believe that. I believe that what people believe is what they act out. And so I said, I act as if God exists. That's a sufficient statement as far as I'm concerned. You know,
he's mocking God. He's mocking God's creation. Not only does he believe God exists, he's trying to undercut God. These people, listen, there's some people that don't believe in anything. These guys do. Like when I was younger, I was agnostic. I wasn't an atheist. An atheist believes in God and hates him. And you know, that's why they do all this mockery. Like I'll show you right now. These are two men who believe in the existence of God and mock them. Sam Harris hates God. He doesn't think that he doesn't know. There's no way. The amount of people that believe in God, the fact that we have creation, and that logically means creator. You don't make the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and make all these like ironies and subversions with your little gay buddies because y'all hate your cuck dads. That's not, I used to not think about it. When people said, is there a guy? I'd be like, I don't know, dude. I want a beer. Put me on a stage. I'm here to make people laugh. And that chick's hot. I was never like, there's no God. This wizardry comes from a hatred of God. It's not a lack of belief. Like what Jordan Peterson was doing right there, if he didn't believe, if he thought that there was no God, he would say, I don't fucking know. Fuck off. He's like, I will not reduce it to the word. He's mocking God. He's taking good men and showing God. He's saying, look at what I'm doing to your creations. People that want to believe, people that are this close to really having a family and really committing to truth, I'm going to plant a seed that they can't even say they believe in you. Watch this. And that's when you lose your soul. Like, watch these two guys. It's Ben Shapiro and Sam Harris having a conversation about a conversation about a conversation. This is what wizardry is. People ask me, what is wizardry? This is wizardry. It's intentional subversion. It's using people's emotions and what could be good, just rhetoric, and making it magic and flipping everything on its head to get money. It's really bad, right? Logos. What is logos? The word. Do you believe in God? Yes. Is that the color green? Yes, that is green. That is Sidekick Bear. My name is Owen. Logos. What is wizardry? This is wizardry. Here we go. And in the background, you will notice a song called That Nigger Stole My Bike. And this was all from one conversation. This is why I really, really don't like these people. But I'm not going to focus on them. I'm going to focus on the good. But please arm yourself about conversations about conversations.
We could have a conversation.
You are
about
most likely
conversation.
smarter and more capable mentally than either of these two incest retards. Don't let their complications and their haze and their smoke make you submit to them because you think they're smarter than you. You are smarter than you think.
We're now part of this kind of deviant conversation.
We're having long-form conversations.
The capacity to even have these conversations.
These conversations are happening.
Because there's no way to have a conversation with unifying those of us who are having these conversations.
We're having conversations.
And that, of course, is a conversation.
The conversation continues even once you have data.
We're supposed to have conversations when you legitimately can't cite data before you even start having a conversation. These new conversations are you optimistic or are you pessimistic? Do you think that these new conversations are going to...
I'm very optimistic about are having conversations like this.
A constant conversation between God and man.
We're having a conversation that gets recorded.
Active conversation that goes into the interpretation.
A merely human conversation. It's people like ourselves that have always done this work. Between a 21st century conversation.
You and I will sit here and our conversation will be better than a conversation 1,000 years ago. Are these conversations kind of pointless because... Or
conversation about ethical truth.
I feel like you're playing a little bit of a trick.
You notice that you're hearing a conversation that you're not hearing.
Final parting question, because we didn't even get into rationality or free will exactly.
A bit of conversation.
Definitely going to have you back for a much longer conversation.
And that'll help you understand the nature of Jews. Because you saw Shapiro was a victim of the wizardry himself right there because he had a more powerful wizard. And he was just spiraling like we spiral all the time when we try to read a legal brief or the Talmud or, the Federal Reserve or most laws. Look at how Shapiro was reacting. He's like, I feel like you're playing a trick about the conversation. Because you had a more powerful wizard, Sam Harris. He has more money, more influence, smarter. He's probably a 1/10 of a Rogenthaler. He's just better at wizardry. And then you have Shapiro just desperately trying to figure out the conversation about the conversation. He doesn't have the tools to deal with wizardry himself, but Shapiro is a high wizard above other wizards. I have some Jewish friends that when Shapiro's around, they're like, I feel like you're playing a little trick on me, but I can't stop being around you because you have more wizard power than me. It's crazy. This is a question I want for the comments from people that have been Christian longer than me and have thought about this. And I can weed through the people that are full of shit. I've learned it. What's the difference between praying for your enemies and praying for the wicked? Because I have a very hard time praying for the wicked. Praying for your enemies is becoming easier and easier for me. Because it allows you to understand where they're coming from, what you should actually fear. It alleviates fear. It'll help you
Ugh.
become friends with someone that
Light
it helps
right.
them find God. People that you may just be opposed to, you know, you have like different, you know, upbringings, places in your life, blah, blah. The wicked, I have such a hard time praying for. You know, when I know someone is intentionally keeping information from young men that will literally give them a family, how do I pray that they find God? Like in my mind, I'm like, they'll find God just to manipulate him more. You know, I've prayed for people that can seriously hurt me. I prayed for people that, you know, in different times in my life I would hate and I would obsess over. How do you pray for people that you know are really evil? Like, how do you pray for, forget about Peterson. Let's talk about something a little more obvious. How do you pray for a serial child rapist? Because if I should pray for them, I want to know how, and I want to know why I can't. Because I can't. I just want to kill them. Jesus said, hang on, this is good info here. This is a very specific question that I think a lot of you can answer. Jesus said, what reward you get for loving those that love you. Love them that hate you and despitefully use you. Right, I can do that. I'm capable of that. I'm capable of people that hate me, of loving them and praying for them. I'm not capable of people. Okay, if Jordan Peterson used to like me, he followed me on Twitter. He thought I was in the intellectual dark web. When I turned on him and really went at him, he liked me, but I thought he was wicked. So, you know, I'm capable of despising people who like me. I'm not motivated by whether or not you like me or not. There's a ton of people that hate me and attack me that I don't think are wicked, and I have no problem trying to love aspects about them. How the fuck do you pray for evil people? Love everyone, good or evil. No, that's retarded. Andrew, you sound like someone I should keep an eye out on. Pray that evil would repent. Okay. Pray that they die. Oh, and you have the gift for discernment. Not always. I try to. I've been so wrong in the past, it's laughable. I'm more right than most people, but that's because they're drowning in pornography and fear and clicks, Netflix. But I'm very capable of making horrible mistakes. Pray the demons stop possessing them. But what if they are the demon? Speak the truth is loving action. Exactly. You pray that your bullet lands. That's how I feel. Pray for God. You take them to the firing squad. That's literally how I feel. But I feel like there's more to it. Because I felt a lot of relief praying for my enemies. I feel zero relief praying for the wicked. I feel like a fraud. I feel like I'm lying. Pray for the kids. I like that. The Holy Spirit will give you discernment. I pray that they'll find God, which they already found God. The people who don't believe in God, or just think it's all a fairy tale, or think churches suck because they were manipulated as a kid, I don't see them as wicked. The people I see as wicked are the people that found God and are trying to beat him, subvert him, and lead people astray from him. I don't know how you can double find God. They already in hell, hating them is short term. Right, but what about all the people they're bringing with them to hell that aren't capable of consent yet? JBP projects by criticizing postmodernism while using the same dialectic. He's gone. I can't. That guy is one of the worst ever because he's so capable of. He tricked me. Talk about discernment. The most discerning person I know is Vox Day. It's one reason why I talk about him a lot and I look to him for guidance, because so many people get tricked by fucking Nike ads. I don't. But I got tricked by Peterson and Shapiro. Praying for the wicked is asking God to decide what to do with them. Right. But what if you want to hurt them? Love your enemies means don't repay evil with evil. Right. That's the most important thing. Because then you become what you hate. You start being defined by what you hate. That's what I see in Sticks and Hammer 666, why I always talk shit about those guys. And people are like, they're doing good work. They're being defined by evil. Even though they're saying it's bad, they're creating a world where people are now thinking that life is that. I've done that before accidentally. It's like, show people love. You know? Mercy. You know, Sticks and Hammer wants to kill babies. To pray their life ends. Right, but isn't that... I don't know. I got to think about this more. Hate is also evil. Hate the wicked. God said to hate the wicked. That's a fact. You know, God said that the people who lead his children astray are better off with stones tied around their neck at the bottom of the ocean. So I'm pretty sure he's not like, love everybody. Big Bear, the Apostle Paul murdered the early Christians. Right, Saul, before he was Paul. Killing, to me, when you don't believe in God, is infinitely more forgivable than knowing God exists and trying to hurt kids. Like, I don't know how you get past that. Like, what Saul did is, like, he thought he was cleaning up. He thought Christians were retards. He was a Jew. And then he found God and he repented. You can repent from murder. You can repent from all that shit. But once you know God and you hurt his children, how the fuck do you repent from that? I don't know. I know people that have killed people that are now good people. They didn't know. And they've repented. But I don't know a single person alive who's ever had sex with a child that is savable. Hate their sinful ways, but not the person. No, that lets them off the hook. Have a lot of you guys never experienced like rape of a loved one or something? I don't know how a human being can think that in the abstract if they've experienced real evil. Where it's like, forgive the person, hate the sin. It's like, have you known people that have done it? It's fucking impossible. Jesus is not a Jew. I know. Back then they were called Jews, and then Jesus led the Jews to Christianity, and now Christians are Israel. The people who call themselves Jews are either still seeking, or they've accepted a different guy. You don't pray for them. God says vengeance is his. Right. I don't believe I should kill them. I've already accepted that. It's not my job to carry out God's vengeance, but I felt a lot of love and relief praying for people who hate me that I don't consider evil. How the fuck do I pray for someone who's horrible? All right, let me play you guys a funny sketch and then I'm going. I'm not going to open mail today. I got to hang with the family. This one's been long, but it's been a good one. 2 hours, 12 minutes, sober, no money, right? Bringing it. Okay, where's this one? Ben Shapiro. Like, I pray for people that look at me and think I'm a liar and like I'm cheating them and you know my wife's gonna leave me and all this shit because they're projecting pain onto me. That to me is beyond annoying and it's pointless and it causes stress and all that. But if you pray that they find peace, I get that. It actually helps you understand where they're coming from. People that like take a child's trust and hurt the child.
Gotta get some more coffee.
There's no praying for those people. Those people, I just want them to die. Horrible deaths. Horrible. Like burning. Just like horrible deaths. Horrible. It's like really bad shit. That's what I gotta stay away from those thoughts. But you guys get it. Because they're out there. They're out there. There's a lot more of them than anyone wants to admit, and they're growing in number. But people are growing in awareness to fight against them, and that's why I'm very optimistic today. All right, Trump's walk to glory. Watch Obama make fun of Trump for admitting that we didn't go to the moon. When you watch people mock nothing with just like, oh, look at him over here, having a family, you know that not only do they not have an argument, they're really horrible people. All right, so check this out. Obama is probably the worst president we ever had. Next to Johnson and Wilson. Johnson killed Kennedy with the help of CIA, the mob, and Mossad. They all came together in one big bloodbath.
There's something about the friendship of children that warms our heart. So innocent, so pure. And no one was a bigger fan of his best friend Barack than little Donald. He'd always tell him he'd be president one day. You're gonna be president, Barack. No one's better than you, Barack. They watched the moon landing together, and they both thought it was kind of suspicious. When Donald's best friend, Barack, finally got elected president and mentioned him in a speech,
And I know just the guy to do it. Donald Trump is here tonight.
He was overjoyed, but he didn't realize he was about to be betrayed and mocked.
And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Did we fake the moon landing?
Sometimes the human spirit can overcome. He didn't let amnesia and a crippling back injury stop him from giving his own speeches.
I don't know what I said. I don't remember.
Everyone was against him. Celebrities.
There's not going to be a President Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
Women.
He will never be president of the United States.
Jews.
Trump is not going to become president of the United States.
Gays.
Will never be elected president of the United States.
And even his old friend Barack.
One day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit.
All he wanted to do was spread one simple message of love.
I love the Mexican people. I love the spirit of the Mexican people. I love them.
Sometimes people aren't ready to love.
I am the least racist person you've ever met.
Donald's affection for Mexicans terrified Hollywood, who rely on Mexican slavery to run their cocaine plantations. Meryl Streep pleaded to the nation, do not let this man take away her sex slaves and give them freedom.
Because we're going to need them going forward, and they'll need us.
They made poor Donald walk when all the other candidates...
Oh, no. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think that... Sucks. Come on. Oh. It's not even me. Sometimes. No. Refresh.
Don't think I'm crazy. You know, people are like, you don't even make
Yeah,
money
that's
on
fine.
YouTube anymore. Why do you do all this shit? Are you crazy? It's my responsibility as a man, and this will like button up the whole thing. Men need like the moment when they become a man and they need responsibility, or else they're spiraling. A lot of these men that seem like enemies or they seem awful are just looking for someone to be like, if you kill this lion, you're a man now, or like this is what a man does. And they're like, lollipops and fancy pants? They're like, no, making life with your cock and protecting the neighborhood with your neighbors. And they'll thrive. And so I really want people to know that. And if you want to help out the stream, P.O. Box 727, Gig Harbor, Washington, 98335. Did I get the right one? People keep telling me I got the wrong zip code on here. I get your shit, so it doesn't matter. I think I messed up the zip code, but it's all good. Or and definitely join unauthorized.tv. It's much more secure than YouTube. It's run by me and Vox Day. Mostly Vox Day. It's so funny because neither one of us are true alphas. You know, he's a Sigma and I'm a Bravo. So neither one of us really want to run it. But like together we're like one alpha and like half a Labrador Retriever. But he's got the VFM, and I got the Bears, and he's got the Legion. And we got great people, and we're making something beautiful. But it's so funny because neither one of us really wants to dominate it. You know, we're both like, well, what do you think? It's hysterical. I think you just have to keep in mind that vengeance is the Lord's. Exactly. That's a huge one. Because that's
wait, do I gotta
that's just
take
as
that or
addicting as the sex magic shit, is violence. Owen is an Omega. I wish. Bravos are always looking for strong males. Owen has a Crowder curl going on. Hold your tongue. I don't have AIDS. I need explanation of the alpha, bravos, etc. Vox has described it perfectly, and just know it has nothing to do with picking up women. It's not creepy and dumb. It's so good at understanding people and how to interact with people and to not spite people. Like a Sigma is high on the sexual status, but not an alpha. They're not technically in the hierarchy. Like Vox doesn't want to be in charge of stuff. He just wants to do his own thing. I'm in the hierarchy, but I'm not an alpha. I'm usually in an alpha position, but I prefer to have a stronger male boss that I can just be his number one
What the
hitter.
fuck is that thing?
I don't have that. So together we're basically like one alpha. A gamma is lies a lot, but they're above average intelligence, and they're usually very good at like a specific nerdy thing, but they're real resentful. A gamma can become a delta or even an alpha. They just have to stop lying to themselves. A delta is my favorite by far. It's a man who takes a lot of pride in being very accountable. You know, it's the people that the entire society runs on, make the best dads, best husbands. They're awesome, best friends. Omegas are kind of on the outside of society.
Yeah, stop flashing.
You know, they don't shower a lot. You don't want to be on the bad side of an omega, but you can be buddies with them.
Come on.
And then
go
the
faster,
lambda,
Go faster.
the gay, Crowder, Joe Rogan. They confuse the shit out of you because you think they're alpha, and then you realize that they're just gay. And it doesn't apply to women at all. That's why it's called a male social sexual hierarchy. Real quick, competent, exactly. I've always wanted to be a delta. Everyone's informed me that I'm not a delta. I've tried endlessly to be a delta. I'm not. It's the best male ever. If you go to a delta's funeral,
what the fuck
it's the best
is that
eulogy.
shit?
It's people being like, that guy woke up and did the right shit every day. He's awesome. Alphas, it's either people being like, he fought and won for our people, or it's like he was murdered by his enemy. It's just like a gamma. It's a pretty empty funeral. Omega, very empty funeral, but there's like his buddies there that, I don't know. I haven't even thought about this. I'm just kind of riffing a little bit. But it's something very interesting to think about because it helps you not resent men. You know, some men that aren't evil are just gammas. They're just trying to provoke you into reaction. And it's because they have weird relationships with their dads in the world. And when you know that, you don't just like hate them for it. You don't treat them like an alpha. When an alpha comes at you, like a gamma comes at you, it's a problem. You know? Like if a Donald Trump starts attacking you like a gamma attacks, you know, guns up, electrified fences, because that dude's going to kill you. But gammas are just trying to get you to react, and then they just go, ha. Sigmas are like Tesla. They'll like invent something amazing and then kind of disappear for 6 months, but you can't like get mad at them for it. It's just kind of how they are. A Bravo like me can be can look too much into a man to be strong. And then that's why if you're a Bravo, becoming Christian is the greatest thing that ever happened to you. Christ is your alpha. It's awesome. Because then you don't get tricked by Joe Rogan where everybody's like, I mean, he's one Rogan tall. You know, he fits in a bread box, and he's always trying to butt fuck dudes. And I'm like, yeah, but he's my guy, though. You know? I'm really good at being someone else's hitter. And now that I'm Jesus Christ's hitter, it's great because I'm just telling everybody to, like, be better people and have families and shit. Because he can't let you down. You know, a human male can let you down. A human male, you can find out was stealing or fucking, or they were really shorter than everyone thought, you know. Ben Shapiro's stealing and just getting pumped. Jesus Christ will never let you down. And it really also helps if you have dad issues, which we all do. If you have a dad that's a baby boomer, he was either gay or a coward. Pretty much a fact. So Christ will help you get out of that. All right. Lambdums are just loud. Oh, dude, I forgot to tell you guys this. Someone, I'm not going to say who. Someone just told me that Alex Jones is currently crashing Louder with Crowder's Change My Mind. Alex Jones just went to it. How fucking funny is that? In a truth off, Alex is more honest than Crowder. So Crowder, I'm guessing, will slink away from Alex, who slinks away from me. Alex is a sneak and a slink. But Alex versus Crowder, Alex is more truth-telling than Crowder. Crowder will slink away. Right now, Alex is confronting Crowder. How fucking funny is that? Are you opening mail? I gotta help my neighbor. I'm just really having a good time. Man plus woman equals life, exactly. Was Jesus a delta? He was the alpha and the omega. Wrong about boomer dads, BB. Not all gay or coward. There's always exceptions. The ones that are good don't get offended by that because they know most of the people they knew sucked. You know, it's kind of like when you say not all women, you know, a lot of women these days in colleges all want abortions. You know, the women that don't are typically like, I know, right? What a bunch of cunts. The ones that are like, not all women do, they probably had an abortion.
Oh, thanks for...
Trump is conspiracy theorist. Trump is so good. Well, the entire world's based on conspiracies. I love AJ. I don't, but he has more honesty and integrity than Crowder. But Alex Jones did call me an anti-Semite, which is illegal in 11 countries. I don't like Hitler. I used to like Hitler until I found out he didn't really kill 6 million Jews. Big letdown. I thought he was our guy until I figured out he wasn't a very adequate Delta after all. Any other things you want answered? Oh, become a member of unauthorized.tv. You can mail me a super chat at P.O. Box 727, Gig Harbor, Washington, 98335. Pray for your enemies. Fuck the wicked. My dad was a boomer and crushed it. Awesome. You're a lucky guy then. My dad was a boomer and very cowardly and lied a lot and very effeminate. Just like a lot of them were, and I've forgiven him for it, but it was pretty bad. Alex Jones isn't there to confront Crowder. It's most likely a stunt to get more YouTube views and go viral. I don't care at all. I just thought it was funny. Let's all just relax. I feel like the whole alpha, delta, beta, gamma is just wizardry. It isn't. It's a way to understand men when you deal with a lot of men every day with high stakes. If I just had my buddies from home and never had to make new buddies or interact with thousands of people a day, I would never even think about it. If I'm confronted by people all the time, I think, you know, like when a delta is like, Big Bear, your chair's crooked. I have to know that's a delta, so that's not, he's not fucking with me, he's trying to help. If a gamma says, Big Bear, your chair's crooked, LOL. He just wants me to get angry and attention. When an alpha says, Big Bear, your chair's crooked, I say, thank you. You know, I'm like, thanks for hanging out, alpha. You're not my leader, but I appreciate, you know, that when you're dealing with that many people, it's the most helpful thing in the world. There's a good chance that a lot of people never even have to think about this shit. But if you're in sales or, you know, you bid, you know, a lot of my friends are in sales, but it's bidding jobs. You go to someone's house, you're like, I'll do your fucking plumbing for X amount of money. You have to know what the homeowner is. Is the man a delta, a bravo, an alpha? An alpha, you don't challenge. You know, a gamma, you don't mock or, you know, you compliment them a lot. A delta, you just, right, you know, you do the job and get the check. That's all it is. Omega, don't piss them off. A sigma, when they don't answer for a month, don't get too offended by it. You know, it's incredibly helpful. It's not like a judgment way. My favorite dude is a delta. I'm not a delta. It's like, I'm not judging you. Gammas are incredibly annoying, and I figured out by understanding gammas how to not despise them and make my life full of shit. All right, anything else before I go? Alex Jones has lost huge amounts of viewers. He is crashing Crowder desperate for views. Probably. No one likes either one of those guys. Logos is rising. No one wants to see butt pumpers trying to get clicks. So AJ is crashing Crowder's changed my mind. Please tell me someone is videotaping this. It's live right now. I don't even know why you're still here. Didn't you want to help your neighbor? I gotta go. I was just having fun. All right, peace, Savage Truth. All right, unauthorized.tv. That's where this will be tomorrow. Clip it, you know, send it to people. P.O. Box 727 if you want to send me a super chat. Hit the like and share. Be fruitful and multiply. Don't be fruity and blow a guy.
Let's see. Should be live. Oh, it is. It's not really a crash. They're all faggots. You said you hated him a few months ago, and now, oh, look at that. You're all into the AJ because you're like, oh, we gotta stand up to the fucking free speech, even though I hate him, but I can't even be friends with my friend that I've known for that wrote for me for 2 fucking years.
It's like, hey, do you want to go to a
said,
white doctor or a black doctor? Well, seeing as I don't want to die.
Oh, that threw me off. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming. Ew, 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 ew. Where are we going? I gotta go take care of this thing. So. Ew. Let's see. I think I have a boat even. There's a boat over here, that'd be nice. The boats? Gotta move all the boats? Ugh. Yo. Yo, get away. Alright, let's see. What's my ammo at? I have no fucking ammo. And there isn't a place. I think around. Is that? Oh, I can get over there with that. Wrong way. I know there's a way up to the top. But... Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, man. There goes the credibility. Oh, no. Alright, back to what I was fucking guy. Let's get up that tower. Let's figure out a fucking way up there. This is kind of bullshit. I just fell. Gotta be a way up there. Jumping? Maybe? There we go. Break down.
Simon, the bridge is done for.
bigger thing. Ooh, more stuff. A bigger clip and ammo. Thank fucking God. Eesh. Can I just go ahead and come out? And if I don't shoot right, ugh, I'm dead. Try to sneak through this. No. At least I'm in an open. Get the fuck away from me, dude. Hey! Hey! I feel like they just. They get faster really quick. But fuck it. That's so weird. He goes back bent over like a damn horror movie. Where am I at? Okay, I gotta get over there. Oh, come on. Don't throw things at me. God damn it, Gollum. Dude. Who the fuck do you think you are? Throwing stuff. Stop it. Oh, shut your mouth. Not freaking doing anything. Collecting stuff. Getting the fuck out of here. Gotta run. Nothing? Where's the crane? Ukraine. Ha ha. Zing.
I'm here.
Okay, that's cool. You got ammo? Or possibly a desk where I could create ammo?
You made it. I was worried sick while you were running around in that terminal. Yermak said you brought the sleeper carriage. You are simply the best. Sorry I'm talking so much, but I missed you. Okay, back to business. Damned cough. I guess I spent too much time in that dump.
Dumpster pump?
So, they have more guards than we anticipated.
It seems risky, but Crest says such caravans are usually commanded by a captain. So if we capture him, the others will surrender.
Okay, well. Jumping down here to see what they got.
Four at the tugboat ladder, sentries at the pier. Sam will take the right flank. Come in, Sam.
I'm in position. I can see a guard.
Duke is to the left of the hangar. Come in.
Duke in position, ready to take the guard off.
Idiot is on the far crane.
Ready for action. Got a mark on everyone on the pier.
Crest has scouted out the basement.
There's only two of them here. Busy repairing something, so
It's a little bit off. Oh, that's gonna go up. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna rest. Go get my food. Nightfall.
So are you rested? Well, it's time. So
Good.
try to get on that tugboat. We'll give you cover.
Tugboat. Ugh.
Let's go over the plan one more time. Once the tugboat is in our hands, Sam, it's your...
I will go back to the Aurora, while Artyom, Duke, and Crest take the boat to the bridge. Good luck, everyone.
Take the boat to the bridge. Am I capable of jumping down here without getting hurt? Yeah, that's good. Got a little bit hurt. Wonder what's down there.
Stay in the shadow.
What is there in Africa? Just the market. The city is gone. The kiosks are sold. So once the river got clear, we started trading there. Keep an eye out. This is the time.
Oh, that's where I went up on that thing at. This game is structured so weird. I missed. Yeah, it was my fault. Because, I will shoot your dick off, boy. Ooh, snipers. I'm not. Nine! I died. Oh, no, I made it. Oh, wait, what the fuck? I was... Okay. Alright, I was shooting at the wrong person. Clearly retarded. No. Where's my gun? Oh, god damn it. Can't believe I lost my gun. What the fuck are you... What was that? Why you push me? Why you push me? Why you push me? Trying to get, guns. Getting too intense into the game, I'm like leaning forward. What is that? Crowbar? Can I? Nah, I can't pick it up. Oh, yeah. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. Oh, yeah. Piggy! Die. I feel like these med kits are just heroin.
The barges are clear. Time to capture the tugboat bridge.
You suck, guy. Give me your ammo. Need a lot of your ammo. So I can't gather more ammo, or?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I can pay the goods. Take them. You can take the goods. Stay calm. It's us. Great job, Artyom.
Artyom, all of our guys are fine. You did great.
Mm-hmm.
A shame we couldn't do it quietly.
So, you guys ready to set off? Too late if you're not. We have no time to waste.
Oh, but I had a couple missions here.
I hope the winds are fair and the waters are smooth.
Whatever.
And Artyom, watch it out there.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need that luck, all right. Fair winds.
Let's go to that little island.
Hurrah! Man your stations. Weigh anchor. We're gonna go about halfway there, then wait in the reeds until about 4 o'clock. We want to get there early in the morning when the fog is the thickest and they are sleepy after the morning prayer.
Alright, fine, let's go. Come on. What are we waiting for? I gotta go out there in a minute.
Artyom, it's Duke. You're on final approach. There. See that fire at the very top? That's the control post. What used to be anyway. Now it's a shrine, блять. Closer to God at the top, you see? That's where you have to go. I'll distract the guards now. Hey, you ashore! Catch the line! Ready! Hey, sailor! What did you do to your barge? What you gonna sell now? Whoa, you're so funny! Jackass. gets there first wins. Break a leg. But it's so early. Just tell me what he said.
All right. A heretic actually arrived right at the sermon. Our guys rushed over to save the Holy Father, and the heretic killed all of them. Even begging for your life is useless. There's the heretic!
Hair of Tick. Where the fuck is he shooting from? Oh, thank you. There ain't no hair of Tick.
Prepare yourself, you dog! We'll find you! There, near the barrels! Take this, you filthy dog! How can this be, brethren? They are killing our people! Come at thee! Satan's
No.
Why are you hiding him today? The heretic's here! I see that scum!
Do you?
The heretics are killing children!
You guys are bad at this whole shooting thing.
Oh, the dog is hiding. Means he's afraid, which is good. Prepare to pay for your sins, you heathen!
They praise the fish. The fish god. Oof. so close to the camera. It's weird. It's like I end up leaning forward, just like, I don't have a fucking silencer. Oh well. Just pick it up. Fine. Yeah, you're dumb, boy. The AI in this is sometimes fucking completely retarded. Dude! Fine. It'll give me another chance to fuck with that. Ooh, I need a pee soon. See, I keep on leaning forward. Oh, no, I'm not. Did I? I guess I get to go this alone. come on. Bastard. Mm. No. Ah. Ah! I missed! Oh, son of a bitch. You got me good. You got me good. Oh. Haven't looked at D-Live. D-Live is about as dead as anything could be. Alright, guys. No more fucking around. The alarm's already been pulled, dumbass. I was already there right behind you. How did I fucking miss? Not even a heretic, dude. I'm just some dude that likes, crushing skulls. Like yours. This guy really suck at hide and seek. Oh, you just die. Alright, I gotta find that little pot fucker. Where is it? You ain't shit. You ain't shit. was gonna spare some of y'all, but now I'm not. Oh, come on. That little pot is gonna get on my nerves.
So you got me, you damn heretics. You took Katya, and now you have me. Damn, you are quicker too. Look, old man, we're just passing through. Let us through peacefully. Our guys won't shoot, or this place is going bye-bye. And Katya, you don't have to worry about her anymore. Understood? Deceiving Katya. You must pray to the Lord for forgiveness, but for murdering my children, the children of God, you will burn in hell until the end of days.
Just shoot him. Sounds like a small hat. Yeah, that's stellar voice acting. Damn, I've been hit. Oh no. He's my. Why did the train go through that wall? That doesn't make any sense. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. I'll do the next area. If there is a next area.
We left Volga behind. The endless expanses of Russia stretch before us now. Regretfully, Duke was not destined to see them. Was his death a fault of mine? Was everything that happened on the bridge? It could be. It's a cruel world that we live in, and it's not our responsibility to fix it. We only wanted to pass through, and it was not my fault they screamed for blood. Their zealousness reminded me of the metro, where people are indoctrinated into a lie. That the world is dead and there's nowhere to go. Anyone who questions it gets fed a different lie, that the war is still going on. Here it's electricity is a sin. Same difference, really.
Whew.
Artyom. Artyom. Wake up, dear.
Is he up yet? Artyom, the colonel wants you on the bridge. See you later.
Come on, wake up. I'm so sorry about Duke. He was just a boy, really. He kept asking me for advice on how to become more attractive to a girl he knew, what to say to her. He couldn't wait to come back to her, proudly wearing scars and medals.
Hi. Hi. Oh, man. Where do I get my knife? I don't trust you. Alright.
Alyosha keeps telling everyone Duke could have jumped off the
Oh,
bridge in
damn.
time. The others are also holding well, but
Go do the hand thing.
Unraveled. Of course.
What is he
I
doing?
had friends die before.
Just
He
rubs.
wasn't looking for death.
Rubs?
Duke.
Just rubs her
He did
arm?
volunteer for the most dangerous missions, but didn't expect to die. He was looking up to Stepan. Dad. You. Especially you. And he didn't die for nothing, did he? He wanted us to get there, to Yamantau. He wanted us to tell them about Moscow, how we survived there and still haven't given up, how we've been hiding it for so long. But when I think of it being you, and not even knowing for sure, I'd never be able to live through it. So, you think I should just let it all out? I don't think that would make me feel better. I've been thinking, back home, we buried our friends at home, and avenged them at home. That home and life there sucked. We were kept there with chains. No, even worse, with lies. And now we are looking for a new home.
What's the difference?
But here, it's someone else's home, and we are not invited.
Yeah, keep rubbing. Comfort her.
Right. I've got to get myself under control. Go. Dad wanted to see you.
Get yourself under control. You were out of control? No, let me sit back down. I could do that? Alright.
This is great. I wish I could stay like this forever.
You can.
Artyom, when you climbed those ruins back in Moscow, with your radio, did you imagine our life on the surface at all? A home, for one. A place where we could live. A log cabin on the outskirts of a forest. Or how about a bungalow?
It's pretty much the same thing as before.
Well, you know, there's something great in simply going anywhere like this. Together. Through the abandoned stations, the ruins, the wasteland.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as before.
Especially in our own private compartment.
Like the
Thinking
rub,
back,
and
isn't this
then
our honeymoon trip? It certainly
oh, they're
feels
married.
like one,
Oh, for real? I
even
didn't
though
even
it's
know
a
that.
bit late.
See, I've never played any of the
We've only
Metro
had some
games.
honeymoon sorties at best so far.
What's she doing? Those hands almost look deformed. Alright. What is she doing? She's just doing the same thing. Alright. I'm gonna get up. I gotta go try and fix the reason why
Leaving already?
I'm at home today.
Tiger.
Which means the car. Go get him, Tiger. Are you Mary Jane? Are you Mary Jane? Don't talk to me like that. Alright, let's play out with a little bit of music. And, yeah. I'll see you tomorrow! Or later today. I don't know.
YouTube Music Premium, explore your favorite albums, music videos, and more, even when you're offline or lock your screen. And get it all ad-free. YouTube Music Premium, free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.